Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. For anyone who wasn't here last night and has missed it, if my voice sounds weird, I had laryngitis for a week, which is why I wasn't able to stream. It was awful. I couldn't make any sound at all, not any sound. So yesterday was the first time I've been able to speak. So my voice is still not normal, but I can talk. So there's that. So last night, we started listening to these jail calls that I had picked out of all the many jail calls that, specific ones where they, especially talking about Wendi, but also Donna self-snitching and whatnot, their plans to go to Vietnam. And so I believe we got through 5 calls. And so this is exactly where we left off last night. And this is from November 8th, 2023. This is 2 days after Charlie's conviction. And where we're at in this call is basically Charlie is talking about listening to your gut and also people maybe taking advantage of you and also giving some pretty salient advice as well here. Happy to see you again, IS. Glad you're here. Thanks for being here as always. So yeah. And as more people filter in, we will at some point do the take the vote for the MTV Real World True Crime Edition cast. And we will also be going through Donna's unhinged emails as well tonight. So, all right, let's go ahead. Shout out to Candace. Glad you're here. And we'll go ahead and take a listen here for this call.
Really could have, what are the things that I don't know? But they sure as possibly would have been different. Yeah, they would have been different. And I'm not just speaking about one thing in particular. So
I know.
Anybody listening talking about multiple.
Yeah.
I just want to hang out to 2 things, not just 3 things. But I just I'm just too smart, and I have too bit of a gut. And I have the same shit with Enzo. He was the same shit. Me knowing better and me casting it away to somebody else's hands that knows better. It has a vested interest. It has a benefit to them. Don't make no mistake about it. There's a benefit to them. There's a benefit to other people along the way that was giving me advice. I know they meant well, but I also know that advice was also beneficial to them.
I mean, and you have to wonder, is he, again, talking about his very own mother here, right? And his sister. Probably, maybe.
You know what I mean?
I do.
When someone's advice,
that's terrifying.
It's with an opportunity for them.
Agreed.
You got to take it with a grain of salt.
True.
There is, even though they care about you, and even though they're, even though they really are good people, they really do care about you, whatever you want to say.
Right.
I want to dress it up. There is a benefit to that, but that can't be denied.
No, of course not.
Whether it's financial or whether it's
making you, throwing you under the bus for murder.
Getting, recognition or whatever it is. There is a benefit, and that's things to do. So then you can't say there's no benefit. It's like if you feel something in your gut and you know something and you're so sure on it and you're articulate on it, just move on.
Yeah.
Move on. Okay.
I've always said that, go with your gut.
Yeah. Go with your gut, move on it. Don't be impulsive. But if you can really rationalize it, if you can really talk about it, if you can really think it through, you're able to articulate good reasons behind it, pros and cons, there's big part. Don't be in denial.
Don't be in denial.
Especially when it's Usually you got to tell you
Mhm.
Don't be in denial, especially if your gut tells you something.
something. I don't know how to say it. Like, I mean,
I know what you're saying. You know exactly. You don't have to say it.
yeah. I just sit here and I'm like, I don't know.
So, you know, again, big shout out to Gigi from Pretty Lies and Alibis. A lot of different channels have these calls, but you know, I'm using these. So she did these subtitles. Now they're not always spot on. So like there it said Diane. I think he said dying, like dying in the cell. But you know, it gets the vast majority of them.
Another chance. I've been wrong. You could bring Tom Dubin down next week. You could bring Dan out here next week. And, I mean, you didn't have one. This wasn't a hung jury. You didn't have fucking one. One would have gotten us a hung jury.
Okay, so now he's going to be. Now they're back on the jury, complaining about the jury. So let me go forward a little bit. And now we're back to some more Wendi talk.
It was either she knew about it or it was very mistaken. And if she knew about it, you know, take everything else off the table.
Yeah.
It's a 1 in 10,000. So you're going to tell me 1 in 10,000 is the chance? You're basically telling me I got a 9,999 times I'm going to be white when I answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Or 1 in 10,000, that's the number. It's going to say, you know what? This is the chance. That's just a crazy chance. And well, think about it. You got a 1 in 10,000 chance of truly being innocent if you look at it like that.
And he's saying based off of Wendy's behaviors that day.
That's why that was a big deal made about the opening. That's the reason why.
Because in these calls, just time and time again, he basically just corroborates the prosecution, what they've said. And he says, we covered this last night, where he's like, yeah, if I was on that jury, I would have thought guilty. Like, it's really interesting how, but he's saying this all in reference to literally everything having to do with Wendi. And he's not wrong, obviously.
There was a big deal made about it in the closing because that's your 1 in 10,000 chance that it was a coincidence with a public explanation. Like, if she knew about it,
There it is.
if you believe she knew about it, that's why she's there. You can deal beyond a reasonable doubt. Sure, but that's why she was there. Then you got to go. I don't think you got dumped down, stuff like that.
It is. I mean, you're right.
Donna.
And I hate to say it, but I put myself in her in a juror's position.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I'd be smart enough.
Yeah. Sounds presented.
She presented like she couldn't help herself. And then you got all these other people who have motives, and of course they're gonna throw shit at the wall.
Right.
So you got the shit getting thrown on the wall, and then you got the 1 in 10,000 chance.
Last night, instead of saying shit on the wall, he said he referred to it as, you've got this pot of soup. It was pretty funny.
She shows up at the fucking crime scene an hour after the assistant by chance. Doesn't know that.
There it said privacy. He was saying she showed up at the crime scene.
You know what it says, like, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
Yeah.
Don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining.
That's what people look at shit like that. They say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's the truth? Combine that with all the other stuff that you got. And you just, I mean, if I was working in Fort Lauderdale, started at 8:30, there might be one of those calls.
There might be what? I didn't hear that.
Should be almost none of those calls that morning.
Oh, right.
You know, in the car for an hour and a half. I mean, if they had a text message, me and Katie fighting, like all the apologizing for calling her attention the day before. You know, like, so that just means that we were fighting. That's all it means. Wendy showing up at the crime scene an hour after it happened by chance. After she talks to her mom and her brother that morning. couldn't help herself. She happened to gave the facts. They gave a logical explanation. I guess 99 out of 100 times, you have to say that would have to be the case. I don't buy Wendy's answer of going to a liquor, after 4 closer liquor stores. Why didn't you take a more direct route? She passes 4 liquor stores and takes an indirect route to go to a liquor store further away so she can go out of the house an hour after that. I mean, it's 1 in 10,000. 1 in 10,000 she's telling the truth. And you can, when they say like beyond reasonable doubt, if she showed up on purpose at that place at that time, then he's guilty.
Yep.
That's almost like corroborating evidence.
Yep.
I really think that's how someone can easily look at everything, come up with that harsh and very.
I mean, it's too bad that he's in the position he's in, because really, he could be giving for Wendy's trial, he could be giving the closing arguments or the opening statements. Like, he could be on the prosecution team. I mean, he's making their case for him, right? For Wendi.
And then, like,
what he's basically been saying, I mean, he's not wrong. We know he was convicted. We know he had involvement. But what he's saying is like, there's all this evidence about Wendi, right? And that's and that the evidence against Wendi is so strong that simply because he's connected to her, that's why he's convicted. Like, essentially what he's saying is he's convicted based on evidence against Wendi. And, again, he's not talking about the evidence against him, and good for him for not doing that, right? Because these are recorded calls. But just to drive that point home, right? The evidence against Wendi.
And they stop telling me I'm stupid and you're so smart. You'll write another book. By the way, every time you tell someone it's a coincidence to give them a shitty explanation, people always feel like you're.
That's the page. I know.
What?
What?
She didn't say that.
No, she didn't say 2008. I know.
Wrote the book.
Yeah.
No, that's because she okay, here's your answer. Because she said she wanted to leave there since she got there. She never liked it there.
Yeah.
She felt that way. Outside. I mean, that's even more reason. She's been playing against forever. She's always wanted to leave since 2008. The story's modeled after her and her family. And the professor teaches at the University of North Florida. University of North Florida State. She put the word North in front of Florida State. University. What does the husband do? He's a professor. So the husband's a professor at North Florida State. Only does immigration work. We got 2 boys, and the town is an imaginary town. The town's almost fucking identical to Tallahassee. Good job, Ruby. You're a Fortune Islander. I mean, the small stop on the way to civilization. It's a place that you never planned on living, that you thought you were a pro. Like, showing up at the scene of the crime. Yeah. That's why it was open with that and it was closed with that.
Yeah.
Because you got to have a real good explanation for that.
Yeah.
And her explanation is weak.
It is.
When you sum it up, Charlie, that's exactly what it was. She made very, very simple work of it. Very simple. Avoided any of the things that made common sense, and just went with that.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do?
She got frustrated. When I talked to Michael over the weekend, he's like,
so when we get to the end of this call, what I'm going to do, so Vinnie Politan on closing arguments, he had Joel from SDS on there, and they talk about, they're revisiting a lot of these details about Trescott and Wendy's showing up, and talking about like the nature of turning around and going out of the way to get to the ABC store. And they've got a correspondent from CourtTv who's there, like in the neighborhood looking at the road. And they make a lot of really interesting points, and it's a great visual. So it's actually extremely relevant to like literally what Charlie's even talking about in these calls. And one thing that's really interesting that we'll watch is how they mention like how her explanation that she offers, and they play a clip of her testimony as to, why she took that route or how long or whatever. It literally makes no sense. So we'll watch some of that after this call too. Oops, sorry.
Question. You should ask me question after question after question. She wasn't getting anywhere. Kind of like just threw her hands up in the air.
Trust me, she had help over the weekend. Let's put it that way. She just do that.
That PowerPoint was not in play this weekend, I can tell you. No, she went through all the postures that they had in the case. I mean, they had 7 puzzle pieces. She had 125. It made it seem like it was so voluminous, pulling out little lines highlighted from a conversation, highlighted lines, out of context lines.
I don't understand the lines. The prosecutor lies. I mean, I had another, another attorney, David, but that's what they do. That's just what they do. I said, what do you mean that's what they do? They're prosecutors and lies. That's what they do. So they get their point across, and nobody knows the difference unless you really know the difference. If you don't know the case, you don't know.
You got to know the case.
That's right.
But you got to listen to present the case. Don't take anything the prosecutor says as evidence of opposing. But Jesus, she goes through 2 hours with you, and she really cares. And she's putting up slide after slide after slide. And being like, guys, come on. Wendi can't help herself. She shows up at the crime scene. Like, yeah, it really is.
Oh, there's Harvey again. This is the second time Harvey chime in calls.
And that's what they heard. That's what they heard.
First time was last night.
And that Wendi couldn't help herself. Yeah. I didn't think she was right. I didn't say anything that made me arrogant or that I was untouchable. Those were other adjectives that
and
they're
talking about his testimony on the stand. I mean, again, I said this last night. He did a really good job. I think maybe, to my recent memory, perhaps the best I've seen a defendant do on the stand. When you have all the odds stacked against you and you have the facts in this case and the evidence in this case, I mean, he really did a great job. So, and I've been going back and watching some of that too. And I was like, yeah, I forgot, like he actually kind of came out ahead on some of the lines of questioning there because he had all the facts memorized. He had all the dates of the calls memorized and stuff like that. But anyway, it's interesting because, he really didn't get rattled like we usually see defendants. I mean, that's best case scenario usually, right? Is defendants get rattled and fall apart. That's best case scenario. None of that even happened with Charlie.
Who you are?
They heard you testify. There was nothing unlikable or arrogant. It didn't matter if you said you were.
No, he came across well on the stand. He did.
Yeah.
You feel like you're untouchable. You feel like you're arrogant.
As best he could.
You're untouchable. People say that. Ryan said that you said this. Like, she had a mound of questions. Well, she had. She couldn't debate any facts. So boil it all down to when you show up at the scene of the crime and you don't have a real good reason, and you just drove 10 miles, you can
Referencing Wendi.
Especially after you spoke to your mom and done with your TV repair appointment. Like, it just got dulled down to the point that how do you explain when they come up there?
Now, Wendy's
the liquor store. Right.
Now, Wendy's interrogation was not played at Charlie's trial, and none of it, right? And I don't think it was played at any of the other trials either. Now, having said that, there were statements when Wendi was testifying, the prosecutors, I think in every case, every time she was questioned, it was by Georgia, she would read from the transcript certain statements of Wendy's pertaining to how she suggested her brother, threw her brother under the bus, right? But the juries never saw it. And if and when Wendi is arrested and charged, and if she goes to trial, that will be played in her trial. I don't think there's any way they can keep that out. But I will say this much. It'll be very different for a jury to see her in that room and how quickly and how easily, and just to see how she threw him under the bus, just everything. I mean, you guys know how I feel about that. We've already watched that interrogation. I think for Georgia or anybody to read a transcript of any of those statements, it doesn't sound nearly as bad as when you see it, but in her trial is when that would be played. So I really look forward to that day for sure.
Was there stores closer? Yeah, 3 of them were half the distance. Was that the most direct? Okay, but then you go, if you wanted to do that one in particular, was that the most direct route to that liquor store? No, it wasn't even the most direct route. It was a route that she was familiar with. So she was drawn to her marital home for a point of reference, to then take a wrong cut to go to the liquor store that was further from her new house. And an hour after that, it's either a Coinkydink or she gives up. She couldn't help herself. Like if someone described to you and you were a betting man, I would put it as a long shot at Coinkydink, even though that's what it was. It was a punch. And I wish the guy that really, if I would have appreciated what they could say and then what they would do up here, I felt like, I would have thought something different. Let's just put it that way.
I know.
If I knew what they were going to say, the attorneys knew what they were going to say and do. I don't know what they're smoking that they think that they were going to say and do what they did. But my attorneys knew what the fucking evidence was. The attorneys knew what the evidence was a lot more than I did. Like for where we are and what the evidence was and how they'd be able to present it, there's no way unless they had 12 jurors like number 15, and it could have been anything but a hung jury.
No, it would have been hung.
It would have been hung with him or another one of the alternates. Supposedly, I think it's 2 of them.
2 of them.
Like that.
2 of them.
Yeah. They were the alternates. And who's to say how long they would have held out with the other 11? He might have said, so does Field did, I just want to report a hung jury. But those were smart people. These were people who said, listen, she showed up. I don't buy her reasoning. Her mom and brother are calling her. And this is just way too much of a coincidence for it to be a coincidence. That's it. That's what you had on the jury. It didn't matter what I did on the stand, it didn't matter what Dan said. Like, one of the guards who was downstairs when I was in the jail cell at the courthouse.
Yeah.
He said to me, he's like, anyway, while I was sitting downstairs for 4 hours, I was talking to one of the guards. He stopped by himself and talked to the bar. He's like, look, the only way you get out of here is if all 12 people want to say you're innocent. It's got to be unanimous. Otherwise, it's going to be a hung jury. And if it's a hung jury, you got to come back and do it again and again.
The bailiff shouldn't be talking to him.
Like you're only getting out when all 12 say you're innocent. It's the only way you're walking out.
We know, Miss Becky.
It's like, if I would, that they would, like, I didn't know all the evidence that everybody else did, the whole bullshit evidence. I kind of knew what they thought, but I didn't know all the bullshit evidence that was going to be, really going to be the case. That bullshit evidence existed since day one. They knew the route that she took from day one. But it's like, I would have known that not like how it was going to be looked at and what the prosecutor was going to be doing and saying. Like, I would have done things differently. I didn't. I got talked out of it by people that I thought there might what knowledge and that interest or was taken positively or very hopeful. Or we don't have to. It's not today.
Okay, so that's basically the end of this call. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually pull up that CourtTv clip I was talking about, where they show Trescott, and it's just very relevant in terms of literally everything in these calls. Give me just a second here. Okay, hold on just a second, guys. Okay, so let me see if I can find. The spot where they're on Trescott. Okay, let's go to right here. Hold on. Okay.
Made by Wendi Adelson. when
Yeah, Vinnie Politan.
she's first being interviewed by police as they begin the investigation into the murder of her ex-husband, who, as we all know, is in the middle of a custody battle with her. Take a listen to more of that interview with police, in this part specifically talking about her brother, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Would you ever ask someone to do something like this?
Not in a million years.
Okay. Do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you?
No.
What good does it serve?
I made my brother,
Right there.
the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in bad taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay to fix it or whether I should get a new one, and it was always his joke that, like, he knew Danny treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman, and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. I mean, he would never.
Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
This is really funny.
Like, this is the day. This is the first interview. This is the first things that investigators are learning, and she's making statements like that. Which brings me to my next question in our investigation. Why did Wendi mention Charlie to police? Like, why did she volunteer that information? What's behind it? Still with us, podcaster, Surviving the Survivor, Joel Waldman.
Yay, Joel.
And joining us, clinical and forensic neuropsychologist, author of the book, The New Rules of Attachment, Dr. Judy Ho. I'm almost speechless because I've heard that many, many times, but Joel, just listening to it again, it's so awkward. Like, from your perspective, what do you think, Joel? Why did she mention and volunteer and just put Charlie out there right from the beginning of this investigation?
Well, I'll tell you this, I'm just a journalist, Vinnie, not a lawyer. I'm not a psychologist, but I am the son of a psychiatrist and a licensed social worker. And therefore, by default, I'm a pretty good observer of human nature. And I'm with you 1,000%. And not to make light of it, but when you're incredulous, I was kind of laughing because it just is off. It's completely bizarre behavior. The day you find out the person you were once married to is murdered in a driveway. They appear to be, some of the time crocodile tears, bad acting job. And then to invoke your own family to suggest that, well, they didn't have any part in this. Like, where does that come from? And then to take it a step further and say, my brother made this joke about hiring a hitman is more expensive than repairing a TV. First of all, no one repairs TVs anymore. You don't go to Best Buy, you just buy a new television. Right. That was the case, I think, back then as well. But it's just difficult to listen to. And honestly, I think this is the sort of thing that jurors would read right through.
Dr. Judy Ho, what's going on here? Why is she mentioning Charlie to police? And, but he wouldn't do it. He definitely wouldn't do it. He definitely wouldn't hire a hitman.
Okay, so
I know, Vinnie.
I'm going to jump ahead a little bit here to the part where they go talk about Trescott. Or unless Joel's talking.
One in particular, I'm not going to say it out loud, where I just simply don't believe the caller.
Okay, hold on, he's talking about a different case there. Let me go ahead a little bit.
Was going on, her reaction when she is told that Dan has been shot. Take a listen here as Wendi Adelson talks about the day Dan was murdered.
Here we go.
Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while, and
This is from Charlie's trial.
I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right. So what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay. So it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30.
Sure.
Okay. And Did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off
This is where it gets interesting.
by some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Interesting that she
Vinnie
seemed
doesn't buy it.
to drive past the street and it was blocked off. This was a murder for hire. That is super clear, right? The one hitman confessed, the other was convicted at trial.
And I'm
We
just
know-
going to go ahead and say it again, right? The whole point, the whole thing was to give her this alibi. Oh, that's a terrible pause. For Vinnie.
About Charlie Adelson.
That's better. So the whole point was to give her this alibi, right? So the craziness of how like we talked about last night, the fact that the alibi that Wendi could have chose anything, right? Being at a spa, like for example, Charlie was saying, but she had to choose the TV thing because then it gave her an excuse to throw Charlie under the bus right off the bat, right? So that's the first thing. And then B, even after she's provided an alibi and whatnot, right? To distance herself from the crime, she shows up anyway. Oh, shout out to ABC's docket. I don't know how I didn't see this. It looks like it just popped up, but glad you're here. Did we make you a command yet? Let me see here. Let me see. If we have one, it would be ABC. But thank you for being here. I don't know why I didn't see that. It looks like it just popped up or whatever, but it was from 11:02. So if we don't have a command for you, let me know if you want one.
His role in all of this. But I've got another question that we need to ask tonight in this investigation.
No, we have it. Excellent. Wonderful.
It's about Wendi. Where was Wendi on the day of the murder? She's taking this drive. There's a TV repairman. Need to fill in some
I
of the.
just have to say, I love Vinnie, and I love how you can see he always wears his dark wash jeans when he's doing his show. I love it. And I love how when he does this show, it's the only time you see like the full Vinnie, right? Instead of just his head. So you get to see him. He always perches on this chair this certain way. I love it. I just love Vinnie.
The details here. And joining me, host of the Survivor
Shout out to Joel again.
podcast, Joel Waldman, and a man who
By the
served.
way, Joel's not wearing his glasses, and it really is freaking me out because he doesn't I've never seen it. It's the first time I've ever seen him not wear his glasses, and I don't know why he's not wearing his glasses, but I'm sure that whenever they have the next STS live stream, everyone's going to be talking about this.
Served as trial counsel for Dan Markell
So different.
in his divorce proceedings. Stephen.
Now so this is Stephen Webster. I'll just say real quick. So this is Stephen Webster, and Stephen Webster was, I believe, a student of Dan Markell's, a student, maybe a colleague, but then became his divorce attorney. But then they became like best friends. And Stephen is also good friends with Joel because of this case. So Stephen comes on STS a lot. So I love that they've got these two. Of course, I love Joel, but the fact that Stephen now, right? Because sometimes you never know who they're going to have, right? But Stephen is like a really good person to hear from about this because he not only was a law student, right, of Dan's, but like a close friend and his divorce attorney. And anyway, but he's got some interesting information here. So
Stephen Webster is with us as well. Great to have you both here. Before we get into it, I want to show everyone one more thing. Julia Janae, CourtTv anchor, also was down there and took a look at what.
Okay, this is the part where she's at Trescott. Cool.
Wendi Adelson may have
This is really good.
or could have seen that day.
What did Wendi Adelson see when she almost drove by a crime scene on July 18th of 2014? We're on Trescott Drive, where Dan Markell lived, and on the
Old trip to Trescott Drive in Tallahassee, Florida.
day that he was murdered, his ex-wife testified that she took this very street on her way to a liquor store before she was notified he'd been killed. Prosecutors allege that if she had no involvement, then the police cars and roadblock and crime scene tape on this street should have raised her alarm.
When you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is that fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other
Right now, she's being questioned by Dan Rashbaum, the former defense attorney of the entire fucking family.
ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route.
We reached
One thing I noticed that they don't comment on here, but I'm going to comment on it, is where there she says, I don't have the best sense of direction. So when I have, let's listen again.
Other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route.
Okay, first of all, that's completely different than the answer she gave in the other trials, in her interrogation, all the other times she's asked this question, right? That's completely different. She's saying it was like almost out of muscle memory. But A, that's a different answer. And B, her own admission is like she never goes to the ABC store, any of them. She'd never been to any of these ABC stores, including the one she went to, right? So it doesn't even make any sense, right? Even if it wasn't a contradicting statement, it wouldn't make any sense because she doesn't go there.
Traced Wendy's route that day. She would have been coming from Centerville Road, a more commercial street, and she left Centerville to pass through Benton Hills on Trescott Drive, a much more residential road with several caution signs. Then it takes us another 2.5 minutes after leaving Centerville Road to get close to Markel's home on Trescott. Wendy testified to something different. She said she barely made it onto Trescott before she saw police.
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off.
So that's a really huge, that's an easy, that right there is a big, and it's not up for debate, right? Like either the house is close to where the beginning of the road is, right? If you turn onto a road, is it like one of the first couple houses, or is it, and I actually Google mapped this myself today, and it is a very, very, very long road, Trescott. It's a very long road. And like, this is not just something that you can just say, oh, is it like semantics? No, like the house is, like she said, like a 2.5 minute drive, like it's all the way down the road. So what Wendi is saying here is factually impossible.
By some tape. And so I just kept driving on Centerville. There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there.
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle.
This is around where that police roadblock would have been, according to the officer on the scene's testimony. Wendi claimed she couldn't see what was happening at Markel's house from her car. It's the one you see there with the brick mailbox. It's about 2 houses from that speed hump sign. And the road winds out to where it's more visible to see that mailbox, but you can't make out exactly because of the trees, the actual house building.
Basically, the investigators and the crime scene techs taking their portion. And the crime scene tech vehicles are marked police and have lights on them and stuff.
Would it have been obvious to someone approaching your position in a vehicle that there was activity, law enforcement activity going on at that residence?
It seems likely.
If the roadblock was set up where Officer Bill Brandon recalled, between 3 and 6 houses away from the scene, it appears emergency vehicles parked along this narrow road would have been visible and obvious to drivers, but the car where Markel was ambushed, it would have been out of sight.
I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it.
After Wendi Adelson was turned around at this location, she completed her stop at the store and then went to lunch with friends. It's there that an investigator interrupted that lunch to let her know the tragic news of her ex-husband's shooting.
One of those strange facts in all of this. Joel Waldman, let me begin with you on what Wendi was doing the day of the
There's a couple little interesting tidbits here, and then we'll go back to the jail calls.
murder. I think a big part of it is who was she talking to? Who was she communicating with? And then you've got this drive to the liquor store that seems to go in the direction of the crime scene.
Yeah, Vinnie, I got to say, taking a trip down memory lane here with you tonight, and you know, usually you look at it sort of piecemeal, but in its totality, the more I see on your show this evening, the more I think that Georgia Kappelman is going to go after Wendi Adelson, because it makes absolutely no sense. And Stephen Webster, who's a friend of mine and just a great guy, he lives in Tallahassee. I made this drive myself. I did what Julia did, and it makes zero sense. You combine that with the fact that she claims a TV set was...
I've heard this from everybody who lives there locally. They've all said the same thing, that what Wendy's explanation makes literally no sense.
Broke in and she had to have the key.
One of those things that it's hard to know unless you're there, right? Or unless you're able to drive it. So it's helpful to get that perspective from locals.
Squad come over at a certain time, basically exactly when Dan Markel was being murdered. It's all too convenient. And why in the world would you go out of her way and then assume that a quote unquote tree fell? It just doesn't add up.
Yep, I agree.
Stephen Webster, what are your thoughts
Now we'll hear from Stephen Webster
about Wendi Adelson and her activities that day, the day that Dan was shot and killed by the hitman?
I think it's indicative of guilt. There is no reason for her to have taken such a circuitous route to go to any liquor store. But at that time, that ABC liquor store wasn't the nicest liquor store in town by a long shot. It's since been remodeled, and it's a very nice store now. But back then, it's probably the last place that I would expect Wendi Adelson to go to begin with. And so to go way out of her way, all of her varying accounts about how she went down Trescott or didn't go down Trescott, the fact that she was recorded by the perimeter officer as having pulled up, or at least a minivan that I think she pretty much admits now was her. Yeah, it's all indicative of guilt to me.
So, Stephen, looking at the big picture here in this custody battle that prosecutors have demonstrated as a motive for the murder here, was this, from your perspective, Dan Markel versus Wendi, or was this Dan Markel versus the Adelson?
Remember, Stephen was the divorce attorney for representing Dan Markel.
No, you nailed it right there. It was Dan Markel versus the Adelsons. And honestly, it was my impression that Donna was driving the train as much as anybody. Like, looking back on it now, in retrospect, I do think that Wendi was very savvy, and maybe the most savvy of all. Kind of going back to your prior segment where she threw her brother's name out there just kind of out of the blue, and gratuitously, in my opinion, to set up a patsy. But there's no doubt that this was.
I pointed this out last night, that I had to wonder if part of this too, right? Like, because of the fact that it looked very clear, like the plan initially was to try to set Jeff Lacoste up as the fall guy, right? And then he ended up not going out of town. And I was commenting on this last night for anyone who didn't hear it. I had to wonder if when Wendi learned that he wasn't going to be going out of town, is that when she decided her alibi was going to be the TV repair appointment thing, right? Because again, the only reason for that is to give a connection to Charlie, to set, like what I was calling him last night, the sacrificial lamb of the family.
Bigger than just Wendi. Donna said nobody beats the Adelsons, and she meant it.
Joel, as you look at everything that happened that day, and how Wendi is reacting that day as well, right? Because she is interrupted at that luncheon, so she's constantly seemingly having some level of an alibi all along the way, right? Yeah. That's number one.
Yeah.
And then the way that she's acting and reacting to everything. What are your thoughts about her actions that day?
Very simply, it's as if she knew. Again, things just don't add up. Is it all coincidence? I don't think so. I mean, you've got this, the Geek Squad from Best Buy, the drive down Trescott, which, by the way, as Webster just said, I think that was corroborated by a Tallahassee police officer who saw her in that car. So she was, in fact, there and basically admits to it during testimony. And then she's conveniently at this lunch. Again, no reason to go to that ABC liquor store. Too many coincidences in a row is a problem, and I think this is a problem for Wendi. And again, when we started the show tonight, Vinnie, I'm thinking, maybe as I, again, go back down this memory lane here, this trip down memory lane, I think Wendi's time is coming, and I think it's going to be coming sooner than most people think. I know it's a bold statement. I think Stephen is one of the people that does agree with me, but there are criminal defense attorneys who say the evidence is too circumstantial. But in Tallahassee, they know what's up.
All right. Big thanks to Joel Waldman, Surviving the Survivor, and Stephen Webster. We'll be talking about this many, many more times as we get closer to
it. Great. That's a great stopping point. So a huge shout out again to Joel and STS. Love them. And the COE and Spacey and everyone else who's a part of the STS fam, and also to Vinnie. But yeah, so I just thought that was really interesting that, you know, we're watching these jail calls, revisiting all this and the circumstances. And as Charlie says, he's like, this is why I was convicted. And then it was so funny when this came on and it was like, they're talking about literally that. So that's why I wanted to play some of that. But, and we'll go back to the jail calls. Let me pull up. We had just finished one. Okay, hold on just a second here, guys. And so what else was I going to say though? Oh, I know what I was going to say. So, you know, for anyone who was there a couple live streams ago, right around, it was right around Christmas Eve, I think, actually. You know, Joel kind of broke the news from Dave Ehrenberg, Florida State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg, and they had just come from an event with Georgia Kappelman and Ruth Markell and others, that time was running out for Wendi and that they were coming for her or whatever. He broke the news on Vinnie's show, and then they also broke the news again on STS the next day. And it was kind of non-specific, but it was sort of like time is running out, like they're coming for her or whatever. And then I saw Dave Ehrenberg himself come on, I think on Vinnie's show, maybe, but he came on and he said that what it was that time is like they're coming for her after Donna's trial or whatever. And so now again, you're hearing like sooner rather than later. So, you know, I guess the thing is that, you know, prosecutors like to keep their cards close to their vest, as they say, right? And as we know, Wendi moved to Austin, Texas just in August, so a few months ago. And Joel does make a good point too on that same Vinnie Politan show, where he says, you know, she's like closer to the border. And you have to wonder if they don't, I mean, of course, surely she must be thinking that probably time is kind of running out. But, you know, maybe it's just out of a precautionary measure to not make it too obvious so that to where she could flee. Although I'm sure that they've got that on lock and not going to let her out of their sight. Okay. So now let's see here. Okay. So now we're on to our next call. So we're still on November 8th. This was a busy day of talking for everybody here. So let's see here.
Instructions to register this number.
Let me find where they start talking about. All right, the TV joke again.
They had two things that were coincidences that you really don't have explanations for. Yeah. It was the day, and it came up the day of the murder and the day of the bump. Why is everybody talking TV talk? And the TV joke. Ties it all in. 1, 2, 3. And then she's showing up at the scene of the crime. I mean,
there's Harvey.
I had somebody ask me that, like, a couple of years ago. It's like, did that really happen? Like, I go, trust me. Like, nobody knew. Like, she showed up. They're like, man, that's like 1 in a million.
Yeah. So we've heard him say this a lot. I'm going to go forward because he's literally, this is all the same. She's got to be part of it, or was she? Yeah. About the drive. Oh, interesting. Okay, there's something new about a pharmacy. So
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
And then they put up slides to show what their stores were like 5 minutes from her house. She's driving 17 minutes. I mean, I get it. I still would go to CVS right by.
Webster said like that was not even a good ABC store. That was a more like dangerous location.
Yeah, it's close to one. So you go.
Oh, and I pushed that same pharmacy across the street from Nova. So I don't know why. Maybe you can do that with liquor stores or pharmacies, but like still went to the CVS liquor store, the CVS pharmacy.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, like, what I'm just saying is, like, if I ever were to get an appeal, and listen, Dan told me this.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
He said, you know, appellate lawyers are expensive. You know, spend some money on the appellate lawyer, but don't look to spend a fortune because.
Now, this is interesting because now we know, right? Of course, at this point in time, he hired Michael Offerman, and Michael Offerman is like the best appellate attorney in Florida and maybe beyond. He's the best money can buy. And it's interesting because two things. A, he didn't take Dan's advice, and we're going to hear more about what Dan told him. But also, it's interesting advice from Dan, right? Like telling him not to spend money on a good appellate attorney? Like what? Like that does not sound like sound legal advice to me, right? I'm glad Charlie didn't listen to it because Michael Offerman is the one who found all those conflicts of interest. And maybe potentially that is why. Maybe did Dan Rashbaum know if he's looking for the best appellate attorney, he's going to end up with Michael Offerman, and Michael Offerman is going to catch this, And now Dan's going to be in big trouble, which is what happened.
Hope. You got to give yourself some hope. It's going to take a year and a half, 2 years. And maybe something will happen. Maybe someone will write something about the case. Something will come forward.
I mean, like, Dan is like basically saying you have no shot in hell. And what's really interesting is, again, like I've said it before, and it's not just me, but other people, once it goes through, the rest of the appellate court system, there's no way he's not getting a new trial based on Dan Rashbaum himself. I mean, there are other appellate issues, but you don't even, it doesn't even matter. The conflict of interest alone is enough. It's more than enough.
New trial. And I always know what sickens me is that
Charlie doesn't know.
Not me getting a new trial, like most people who are on appeal to get new trials or whatever. Nobody really knows about the case. There's no one case. Or, you pick a jury, you show up for jury duty, you don't know what the hell case you're going to get on. This would be a service times two. This would be what the fourth trial based on this shit. Yeah, it would be a surface again. Big surface.
It's funny that he's saying that, right? Because he doesn't know this at the time, but by the time, if he is indeed granted a new trial, Donna's trial will have already happened, definitely, and potentially even Wendi if she is charged, potentially, depending on if she waives speedy or not, but potentially, right? Because it's going to take time to go through the appellate court system, and then even when he is granted a new trial, it's not going to be like right away. I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being the last in the whole bunch, right? If you've got Donna and then Wendi. And then Charlie goes, and so anyway, it's just funny because he doesn't even know.
I mean, you would have to get moved into Tallahassee with the circus will travel.
And I could see a change of venue at this point because there will have been more new trials.
Together, you couldn't get one fucking person. You couldn't even get the jury to pay at any time. They already decided. I mean, it's just they did. Okay, I did. Oh, they did. Yeah, no, it was. As when I was being brought to court on Friday, so the black guy who was going to court with me at the same time and everything, he's been here 3 years. He's got a public defender. He had a first-degree murder charge. Been here 3 years. Yeah,
this is a really interesting story. And I'm gonna, because it's hard to hear and there's not actually subtitles on this, I'll maybe put on closed captioning and see if it may not do very well, but I'll read it. I'll repeat it. This is a really interesting story. I know it's just hard to hear. Okay.
As when I was being brought to court on Friday.
I was being brought to court on Friday.
So the black guy who was going to court with me at the same time and everything, he's been here 3 years.
That black guy's going to court with him at the same time. He's been there for three years.
Public defender.
Got a public defender.
He had a first-degree murder charge.
First-degree murder charge.
3 years. Yeah, I name was Brown.
Yeah.
And I was in my cell. He was in his cell, and I was eating lunch on Friday. And
he was eating lunch with him on Friday.
We were talking from the cell to each other for a few minutes. He was real nervous because the jury was deliberating. He was starting.
Okay, so in other words, this cohort, this cellmate, if you will, jailmate of Charlie's, this person in the next cell over, was essentially a little bit ahead of Charlie to where he was in the stage of his trial where they were already deliberating, and Charlie wasn't at that point yet. But they're both first-degree murder, right?
Deliberating at 11 o'clock in the morning. I came down for lunch, brought them down there. They got to 1 o'clock on Friday. I was like on top of the world. I was like talking, like happy. testifying. And
So he had just gone. So Charlie had just gotten done testifying. It sounds like, and then the other dude, the jury's deliberating in his case.
telling me how great I did. He was telling me how great I did. The consultants that were watching it said I did very well. He said it was the best he's seen me, like, as far as being straightforward and like precise, composure, you know, like he said you knocked it out of the park. That was his word to me. You knocked it out of the park.
He did great.
Everybody said it.
I went down, I popped it, got it all down. Started talking about his case. He said he's got his girlfriend, his baby mom. She's got an ex-girlfriend. She also has a kid back in. You know, they had words. You know, he told them, like, you know, if you got a problem with her, you take it up with me. You know, don't talk to her anymore. You want to talk to her, you talk to me. And then the guy showed up at the house. And he said when the guy showed up at the house, he reached for a gun in his jacket. And as soon as he reached for a gun, he pulled out his gun and he shot him like 8 or 9 times. And like one of the last shots was in his head. But he shot him like 8 or 9 times. He's like, man, it was self-defense. And I'm like, well, stand your ground. You're fine, self-defense. And he's like, yeah, I'm like, did the guy have a weapon? He's like, yeah, that's the thing. You know, he's like, when I shot him and all, I went back in the house. And when the police came, he didn't have a weapon on him. So he's like, so they're charging him with first-degree murder.
Okay, so that's interesting. So again, he's talking about this other guy in the next cell over. And so this is not you've probably heard cases like this almost exactly, right? Where they think somebody's reaching. I mean, even with law enforcement, this happens, right? We've seen this, like where they think someone's reaching for a weapon and they think they've got a gun, and then it turns out it's not a gun, or there wasn't a gun, or whatever. Same thing here. So the dude thought he shot him in self-defense, but there wasn't a weapon, so it's first-degree murder.
So when I was there on Monday, I was talking to one of the officers for a few minutes when I was down in the cell waiting, talking to the bars. And they were telling me, man, like,
honey,
8 or 9 hours. So like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, 11 in the morning. And it was literally charged with first-degree murder.
Oh my God.
And they acquitted him.
Wow. They acquitted him. So let me reiterate. So where the story started, right? This dude, in Charlie's words, he says this is a black guy that is in the cell next to him. He's got a public defender, first-degree murder. And I just reiterated as what Charlie said, right? The facts of his case. And they acquitted him.
And I'm like, all 12 jurors? He's like, yeah. I was like, all 12, because they gave him belts and tie, and he walked out of the courthouse. He was in jail for 3 years, and they're not counting.
Wow. So here's what I will say. Before hearing the outcome, I didn't remember that he'd been acquitted, but my initial thought when I was recapping the situation where he thought the dude had a gun and he didn't have a gun, and he was saying it was self-defense or whatever. Now, could somebody just be saying that? Of course they could, right? But of course this would have been borne out at trial. We didn't see it. But if indeed you've got a situation and the evidence shows at trial that in good faith the dude really thought he had a gun, and the guy had made previous threats, and the way he was, whatever the case is, right? That he really thought he had a gun, and it really was a mistake, right? And that the dude shot him thinking it was self-defense, but then there wasn't a weapon or whatever. My first thought before hearing that he was acquitted was, what is the state doing charging him with first degree? Because this is a classic example of overcharging. And it looks like they didn't give the jury any other alternatives because he walked out, right? It's not like they gave them lesser includeds, because my thought was, okay, if he's not going to take a plea deal and he's going to take it to trial, if you're the state, if you're the prosecution, first degree murder, that's going to be tough. Of course, we don't know all the facts, but that was my initial thought, right? Is like there should have been some sort of like manslaughter, and there's different degrees for that as well. But that seems like that would have been a no-brainer, but it looks like they only went with first degree. And the jury was like, no, that's denied. And the dude was acquitted, rightfully so. Awesome.
And first degree murder charge. And I was brought into the witness. This was in the morning. He was the other guy dressing next to me, dressing brown. And he had a public defender.
Oh, the other thing that's noteworthy is that Charlie mentioned how long the jury deliberated for this case, the other dude. And he said it was like from 11 in the morning to 7 or 8 at night or something, but like all day and then some, right? Is what Charlie was saying, which I think is interesting too, because for Charlie, I think they deliberated for like 2 hours.
The guy was unarmed. You know what they said? They said he shot him. And then after he shot him, he went in the house and called 911 to call the police and tell them what had just happened. And then somebody from the hood must have come over and take his gun off him. But he had a gun when he shot him.
Oh, that's what the defense said. Okay. Huh.
And he said he had a gun. He saw it as he was pulling it out. He was when I shot him. I shot him a bunch of times, ran in the house, called the police, and someone from the hood must have come over and taken the gun. When the police showed up, they said there wasn't anybody standing around. There wasn't people around.
That's really interesting, isn't it? Because you could see that being a defense theory if you're the defense attorney for this fellow, right? It's really interesting because we don't, without knowing how, I wonder if we can find out about this case. It's interesting. I would love to know, was that plausible, right? Is that what swayed the jury and why they went with an acquittal? Or was it because whether there was another dude or not another dude, and whether, you know, what, regardless of any of that, right? Was it just like, this wasn't first degree murder, right?
I don't think it knows that. Then that's what the cop downstairs was telling me. He said there wasn't a crowd. There's nobody around. It wasn't like, it must have been one dude that saw him fall, ran, stole his gun from him, and then kept running, and nobody saw that guy do that. So they have no witness of anyone taking a gun. He just swears that the guy was armed. That someone from the hood, after he fell to the ground and died, went over to the murder victim and stole his hand off from him. And the jury put it in.
So yeah, one of two things. I think Charlie's point, I think what Charlie's trying to say is that the jury, that this guy, this defendant took the stand and that the jury believed him. And because I think that's what Charlie's trying to say, right? In my opinion, that Charlie's trying to say that the jury believed him on the stand and that's why they acquitted him. However, I will say that without knowing anything else apart from what Charlie's saying, I think it's entirely possible that that may or may not be the case. It may just be, regardless of if they believed the story about the other dude from the hood must have taken it or whatever, right? Whether they believed the defendant or not. I mean, I guess they would have believed that he believed him to the extent that he thought he had a gun, right? But I think what Charlie's trying to say is like they believed also the part about the hood. But anyway, I think it's entirely possible that just the elements of first degree weren't there. But you could see how Charlie's gonna probably say something like they must have found that dude more credible than the jury found him, maybe. Although, well, yeah, because now at this point when he's talking to Donna, he's been convicted. By the time of hearing that story, my guess is that he's going to be like, at the time hearing that story, right? That he's like, well, yeah, then in that case, I'm definitely going to get acquitted, right? Because he just was told how good he did on the stand and whatnot, and it's like, okay.
12 people. I was talking to him and he was so worried that I only have 2 black people on the whole jury. He's like, I got 2 black ones and that's it. Everybody always says they want black ones on the jury. He's like, I got 2 black men on my jury, man. Like, how many you got? Both of them. And he's like, oh man, he was like so jealous of them. And he was a black sergeant. The guy was a black guy, served as a sergeant in the U.S. Army, retired after 20 years.
Oh wow.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was sergeant was like the leader. You know, he's sitting there and saying, you don't show up at the scene of the crime. One thing to call it a restaurant. It's another thing to be like a route away to a liquor store that's totally out of your way. I mean, look at how big Tallahassee is. Look how many different directions. Look how many different streets she could have taken to fucking get there. She was turning down Trescott.
And back to Wendi.
Like, you know, was she going to pick up a bicycle? Was she going to pick something up? No, she was turning down Trescott.
A bicycle?
Unexplainable.
Apostle. That's definitely not what they're saying.
I just, yeah, and listen, I'm not a jury consultant. I'm not a lawyer. But
really, Charlie? Really? You
why was I so white about what it was going to look like up here? They were so mistaken.
So he was really let down, like when he got convicted, right? And he talks about that. We didn't listen to all of it, but his first response is he really thought he was going home. He even talks, it's really sad actually. He talks about how he talks about how he gave away all of his things. like when, you know, they had finished with closing arguments and they're waiting on the jury and whatever, he gave away all of his shit. He gave away all of his commissary. He gave away literally all of his stuff. He's like, I don't need it anymore. I'm walking out of here. And then instead of walking out, they put him right back in the cell. And now he doesn't have any of his shit. Like he really thought he was, so that, but you know, I think a lot of that is based on the feedback he got from his testimony on the stand. And that's again why I'm saying I think that's part of why he put so much stock in that based on this other story that he heard from the other dude. And again, it just goes to show you, right? Charlie did do great on the stand. And we don't know. We didn't see, the other dude might have done terrible, right? The thing is like, sometimes a defendant's testimonial stand can make or break a case. And other times it may not really matter all that much, right? Like, for example, with the other dude, if the elements of first degree aren't there, the elements of first, you know what I mean? Like whether they believe the defendant or not is really irrelevant, right? And just like with Charlie, right? If the elements of first degree with a conspiracy and all that, right, are there, and you've also got prior convictions, and then you've also got unindicted co-conspirators, and you've got really strong evidence against you, and then you do like Charlie did, and you do really well on the stand, didn't matter. So
you have the world renowned guy who's the best what he does, taking juries. Beat that.
Okay.
There is no way.
I'm going to skip past that, talking about jury consultant. Back to Wendi.
Well, couldn't help herself. The only logical explanation. The shit was like, you know, even if she wanted to go to that liquor store, there was a more direct route. The only way she went, that was what she always knew, and she's bad at direction. But it's like, she's a brilliant person, but so bad at direction. It's kind of like hard to understand for some people.
And he's referencing literally the testimony we just heard in that clip from CourtTv of what she said in his trial. The part that I said was complete BS about, she's like, oh, I just bad with directions and I can go the same way. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And that's what he's referencing that.
You know, you got this brilliant mind, but you can't find your way out of a paper bag.
I mean, that, you know, I was going to say that helps Wendi pretty well, but then I was like, no, not the brilliant mind part, but the paper bag part. Yes.
People are that small. That's the direction. You've all been in town for 8 years. You got electronic devices. You're taking even the long route.
Well, and right, and of course, the irony that she called it the shortcut.
Well, these are simple people. And even if you're not a real simple
and that's
person,
the thing. Like, and I remember when I was saying how she changed her explanation of that. Her old story was it was a shortcut. And in fact, she said that in the interrogation. But like, I think she knew that that was BS and everyone was laughing at her. And so that's maybe why she changed it in Charlie's trial to what we heard the bit about it's the way I always go or what. But that, again, equally is terrible of an explanation.
you look at that and you go, what the fuck are the chances? Yeah. And that's before you start piling on all the other things now you need to explain. And that's before you get to your PA. That's just what the fuck are you doing driving down Trescott 12:30 by the 80s. Like, it's just, that's why I feel like, I don't want you guys to give up. But I just,
We're not. We're not.
No, never go talk.
Remember, we are a couple days away from Donna and Harvey trying to abscond to Vietnam.
But I just, that's very, the trial was going poorly. I would understand.
I know. It was not going poorly.
No.
Okay, so ABC's Donna says, I hate to admit this and totally hope Wendi gets charged, but I go to the same places and same routes, even if they're closer, nicer places. You know what? I am totally 100% the same way. Absolutely the same way. But that's the problem with Wendi though, right? Is that she doesn't go, she like her testimony is like she'd never been to the ABC store. She doesn't go there. Like she tries to say that she doesn't drink, but we heard Jeff Lacoste say that both him and from Dan's, from their divorce filings, that they both said she drank her dinners most nights, but it was wine. So like she had an alcohol problem, but it was wine. So it sounds like she never went to the liquor store. So I totally am with you on that. And I'm the same exact way. But see, that is like if you have a place that you always, in order to have an established route, right? It's like, or a regular place, it's like you have to go there, right? And that's the thing about Wendi is That's why it doesn't add up, because she'd never been to that ABC store, or apparently any ABC store. And, you know, again, that one was sort of in a weird area and whatever. So that's why I don't buy it, you know. I appreciate you, though, trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. And again, I do also, I'm the same exact way. I'll take the long way if it's the way I'm used to going, and I'm just not, you know, it's just what I'm used to doing. But again, it's when I'm going to and from places that I'm used to going, you know. So hopefully that makes sense. But that's just my interpretation of it based on everything we've heard about the area. Maybe we can do a little field trip at some point, and we'll go find where that liquor store is in relation to the house. That might be fun. We do love doing our field trips.
It was going.
Everyone told you. That's your parents. Everyone told you. People I know. Everyone.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, did witness say something? Did I screw up something? Did Dan screw up something? Like,
well, Dan did screw up for sure.
It's called the title of the shit that they were able to make as taking things out of context. The TV set or Wendi showing up at the class scene is enough to say beyond that, and also dressing up a visual account and making it be like, you can common sense, you know, people listen. I think if somebody's showing up at the scene of the crime and they don't have a fucking real reason why they're there to be backed out, I say that's super fishy.
It is fishy, Charlie.
Yeah, I understand. Like, you showed up at the scene of the crime. Like, how else do you know, if that was the only thing, that would be one thing.
Like, if Wendi did go to that ABC store regularly, and that's the way she was used to going, totally understandable. I don't even think anyone would question it if that was the case. But again, she almost makes such a big deal about, I don't even know what bourbon is, and I've never been, blah, blah, blah. And like, she makes such a big deal about it, right? Which is interesting as well. It's like a whole other interesting thing to think about too, right? Like, why is she trying to make it such a big deal? Like, if she could go back and redo it, she probably would think to herself, boy, I would have been better off being like, yeah, this is my regular stomping ground. Although they could have easily disproved that, right? By any number of ways. Surveillance cameras, talking to the clerks, looking at her bank records. Anyway, but it maybe would have gotten her a little bit further.
That's why showing up at the scene of the crime and the fucking TV became like two things pounded in people's heads. And you combine that with all the other fluff, and you have exactly
Fluff? Evidence? Fluffy evidence? Wait, by fluff, does he mean the money that was put in the dryer after it was laundered on the fluff cycle?
Like my words were, you don't stand a fucking chance. Even though I know the truth. Yeah. You don't stand a fucking chance. Like, how could I just don't get how everybody's like, the trial, here's the other thing, Mom, that the trial went really well.
For the state.
It didn't go bad. There were no surprises. You know, Dan was hitting on all these cylinders. You know, I was nervous because I've never testified in court before. Like, you know, you can forget something, you stumble, or like, you know, it really, you know, be made you look bad. If anything, I thought it helped my credibility when I got up there, and they liked me, like your personality kind of came through a little bit.
Meetings?
Like, everybody said that, yeah. Very
I guess again, this speaking to the whole thing where Charlie, you know, from all accounts, including, you know, he's a very social person. So I think he does want to be liked. You know, some people don't really care as much, but I think he really did want to be liked, even if it wasn't for the stakes that were, you know, the high stakes. I think he really did want to be liked by his peers. And so, but again, all that is true. I think they did like him. I think he did well, all that, but it wasn't enough to combat the evidence.
Like, just be myself. Like, the word everybody is. She's just likable. I mean, she tried to say, like, to make you look bad, she was talking about monogamy and curse words and saying this. I go, honestly, you make me laugh. You said the word fucker in court. Right. Like, she said it a few more times trying to get me to laugh, and I wasn't going to laugh. She kind of took me off. Like, sure.
So that is in reference to a really interesting exchange from Charlie's testimony with Georgia Kaplan, where for any of you guys who haven't seen it, I wonder if I could find it. It might be hard to find this exact clip. I'll see if I can look for it. But George is asking him a question, right? And she's reading from a transcript, and I think it's from one of the what calls that were wiretapped, and I believe anyway. And and Charlie laughs, and it seems kind of like he's being smug, right? And she says something like, "You think that's funny?" And he says, or like, I don't know, she says something like that, right? And he's like, or like, "Why are you laughing?" Right? And he's like, "I'm laughing because you said fucker." But he says it, and it's like he in a way that's like you're totally on his side with that one. Like it was totally legitimate. It was a genuine reaction. It was a genuine reaction to her cursing in court because of the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh my God, what is the word I'm looking for? Juxtaposition, maybe? I don't know. There's another word that's better, but of why it's funny, right? The absurdity, like where you've got the lead prosecutor saying fucker in court, right? There's another word I'm looking for. What is it? Anyway, and then they have a little exchange about it. And anyway, that's what he's referencing.
Anything to do with anything. She was, but she sounded like that.
Sounded like you had Tourette's. I wanted to say that, but you don't want to say that. You don't know if the word the jury that family member with Tourette's, and they think you're insensitive.
Having said that,
you sounded like you had Tourette's.
Lesson, because again, there's so many. There's a lot of incriminating. I will say again, Charlie doesn't incriminate himself on these calls at all. He doesn't. The people who are incriminated on these calls are Donna and Wendi. In my opinion.
You're standing there screaming out curse words one after the next, like rapid fire, like not in the context of who it's being said to or why it's being said. You're just naming out curse words, standing in the middle of the room screaming at them. Made me laugh for a second. It's like,
oh, what is the word?
That's all I was laughing at. For a second. But she really I was just a good mood Saturday. I remember calling my Smith, and I was like, she started asking me how was Maria and what Maria do for days. I knew she had nothing else to ask.
Yeah, she was asking, she's got a question. She didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I have the answers. There's the real questions in the case. The other answers I can't give her an answer for is a liquor store and the no code TV. No, you can't. No code. You can't. It's still like someone presented the case to me, and they said they told me her reasons for. They told me the reasons for going, to Washington, traveling on that route, on that street, on that time, on that day. Instead of the other liquor stores and taking another route, I would say, boy, something that's right. Like that would really stick with me. Because that she showed up there randomly. That paints every other thing. And I think after that, every other thing has to be like a bulletproof answer. Not an excuse, without an explanation. Because listen, there's people who showed up at the scene of the crime and been convicted before, just for showing up.
Well, not just for showing up, but I know what he's saying.
Like, oh yeah. Identified at the scene of the crime, showing up to watch the fire burn after the boy came. Pretty much what it was. It's not a 1 in 90. It's not a 1 in 100. It's not not even a 1 in 500 for showing up that day. In thousands. Yeah. That I can't debate. No. No, I know. Nope. Unless he goes, oh, I go there every week to go to that liquor store, and that's how I go. Like, when was the last time you went to that liquor store, Wendi? Well, when she was married. Yeah, a long time ago. I think it's only been 3-4 years, what's that way? So one time in 3-4 years, on that time, on that date.
I think the word I was looking for, in case I'm sure it wasn't driving any of you guys, I think the word I was looking for was dichotomy. What was the word I used? I think I used juxtaposition. But yeah, the dichotomy, that's the word I think I was looking for. Anyway, and the absurdity of it. That's the other thing too.
So if they don't put it this way, it's dumbing down the case entirely. if they don't buy her explanation.
Okay, let's see what else he's going to say on this one. So a lot of the same. Okay, yoga class. Oh, is that Wendy's yoga class? Hold on. Wait, I want to hear Charlie talk about his yoga class.
Like you can see every month I drew out like Sunday to the left of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then I hand wrote the days in on the wall at Temple. And then like every day I put a check mark on it, and if I worked out, I would circle the day. So that was my like working out with the events we said, doing my little yoga class with everybody at night, workout class with everybody.
That's funny to imagine.
Eating my food, reading everything on the trial, reading on the transcripts, all the depots.
And that's the thing.
Like,
That paid off. I mean, that showed. The fact that he read everything, he had that shit fucking memorized. It was crazy. Oh, having the best lawyer, he says. Really?
Yeah. Like for fucking, you know, having the best lawyer, working in payroll, had that team. Like, it wasn't just him plugging away in his solo office. He was doing with him. Like, he could have got a whole lot more for himself. He just did it himself and didn't bring someone else. Like, hey, he brought Kate in.
I know.
It's
You know,
amazing that what happened.
He had his office, like he had people that had so much experience and knowledge and constantly. I mean, we did a mock jury. He had 25 people on the phone for
that one.
Like, it was her making it, just basically dumbing it down. Let's go down a couple of things, you know.
Yeah, fault. It was fault. Use your common sense. She couldn't help herself. She showed up there. Even his best friend said that he does it. Like, she's getting eyewitness, or she's getting, you know, people to come in and say I said things. Like, all sitting together. Get it all put together, folks. And she showed up in the class. Yeah. She couldn't, and listen, if you told that to 100 people, with the explanation that it's delayed me 10 times since you've been on the phone, they would say, what is the fucking chance? 100% happened. Yeah, but what is the chance that it's landed? Then that's when you go, it wasn't random, then she's involved, they're involved. That's, but then you got all these other people making comments.
Okay.
I never said.
What's this? Something about we're always going to be here. Is that Donna? I mean, here or in Vietnam, or unless you get arrested and then you're in custody.
The other thing I hope they got is that they have in-person contacts.
I hope so.
I asked one guard was asked last night. He's like, I don't know. You're going to see change a lot of stuff after COVID. You know, it also cut down all the contraband that was coming in. But I don't think it's humane to not have people get contact visits.
No, it's not. And I don't know. I've done a little research. I can't find anything yet, so I have to just wait and see where you are and what the story is. Evidently, it's a little different in different places, so I don't know.
Should just you have to around to get contact visits?
I'm sorry, some places, but I don't. I mean, I'm not on the computer now. I don't know, but you know, you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know if it's from 23. I mean,
yeah. It's just, I gotta tell you, thanks for staying on the phone for so long.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
This is really depressing. It's good to have you guys, he says. Remember, I don't know that Charlie knows this because any communications that they would have, as we all know, are monitored, right? Whether it's letters, jail calls. But like what he's saying right here would indicate to me that he doesn't know. Okay, because we hear them, and we're going to hear more of it, talking about their plans to go to Vietnam, right? Like, in other words, and they're talking about how they have to get things in order. It's like so he must be aware, but I don't think he knows that literally they were going to be leaving and never coming back in just a matter of a couple days from this phone call. And they're talking about Charlie's saying he's trying to have, like, he wants in-person, like, visits, right? Instead of like like he wants to be able to, he wants his parents to come visit him in person. Because what else does he have to fucking live for, right? Meanwhile, Donna knows that they've got this one-way plane ticket and they're never coming back to the country. Well, that plan got thwarted, but that was the plan. So you've got Charlie thinking his parents are going to be able to come visit him once he, now remember, part of the reason, you know, if he is ever able to have in person or whatever type of visits, right? As you guys are probably aware, when you first are in that situation where you're like when you've been convicted of a serious crime and they put you in like, you know, protective custody or solitary confinement or whatever, right? You're in that situation where Charlie's at during these calls. You don't have any of that, no privileges, right? And we hear them talk about this a lot. You have to wait for a certain amount of time to go by and they have to assess you and make sure you're not going to hurt yourself, blah, blah, right? So in other words, what Charlie's knowledge would be is hope that in some period of time, weeks, months, or whatever, when he's not in protective custody anymore, he can look forward to his parents coming and visiting him. But Donna, at this point, knows they're fucking leaving or trying to leave in just a couple days, and she will never, ever, ever see him in person again. And because they didn't, this is really sad too. Think about this. Because they didn't attend the trial, this is something only she would know right now, right? Charlie wouldn't know this. She would be knowing, as he's speaking to her, that the last time she ever laid eyes on her son would have been before the trial at some point. I don't even know how long before the trial, but it would have been way before the trial. And that would have been the last time she ever saw him again. But meanwhile, Charlie is looking forward to a visit from his parents. And so that's really depressing. But look, let's like think about how the fuck, if you're like, how can you do this? Like what mother, right? And you listen to him, dude, it's just, listen.
Not on the computer now. I don't know. But
that's why she's dodging this question, right? That's why she's dodging this question. Because she would rather make it be ambiguous as to whether or not he'll ever have that opportunity. So then she doesn't have to explain why she's never going to come visit him.
You know, you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know if it's from 23. I mean,
yeah. It's just, I gotta tell you, thanks for staying on the phone for so long.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
It's good to have you guys. Remember last night on the calls we listened to, there was at one point where he was crying on the phone because Donna was going to get off the phone. He was crying. He was crying and he was like, don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Oh my God. It was just brutal. And then she says, okay, we'll stay on the phone or whatever. And then he's like crying more and he says, thank you. It's just also shout out Flash fan. Glad to see you. I know my voice still isn't normal, but I'm able to speak, which is a miracle after a week of not being able to utter any sound, literally mute. It was the craziest thing. It was as if, you guys know, like in The Little Mermaid, when Ariel gets her voice taken away, it was like that. Where like I had a voice and then I didn't have a voice anymore. It wasn't even like my throat hurt or whatever. It's because sometimes it's like if your throat hurts, you might not want to talk or whatever. It wasn't even like that. I could feel my voice going in that live stream, but like it just literally, and for a solid week. Isn't that insane? It was awful.
So, really good to hear. Love you.
That part. Hold on. Let me back this up. Fucking what? How? Who? What?
But I mean, I'm not on the computer.
Y'all?
I don't know, but you know, you don't know if that's from 21. You don't know if it's from 23. I mean,
yeah.
Brace yourselves.
It's just, I gotta tell you, thanks for staying on the phone for so long.
Oh, please.
Good to have you guys.
So, really good to hear.
Utter lies. I mean, again, she thinks they're going to be leaving for Vietnam in a couple days. Never coming back. We're always going to be here. Disgusting. I mean, again, the lamb to the slaughter, the family lamb to the slaughter, right? He's going to spend life in custody. You're going to be away in Vietnam. Wendy's going to be out doing whatever she's doing. And meanwhile, you're lying, giving him false hope that we're in it together. We're always going to be here for you. When really it's like, well, they got Charlie. The rest of us are going to try to escape. Like, this is insane to me.
Love you.
Hey, Flash.
Disaster, and
it's okay.
We'll get through this. We'll get through it. We have no choice, right? But then, no choice. Right now, we'll deal with it. I know.
No, I talked to Ramsey this morning a little bit.
Yeah.
He picked up the phone right away from me. I talked to him for a while. You know, he was shocked. He thought I did fantastic on cross-examination. He didn't see the whole thing was good.
Again, talking about his testimony. Okay, let me see. Back to 1 in a million, back to the liquor store. Let's go back here for a second.
Because she's going to the liquor store. Like, just about the purchase she made at the liquor store, they were photographing liquor bottles.
They thought they had it with that. And what, well, what's the chance that that's what they wanted her to do?
Well, there's 5,000 things at the damn liquor store. And I'm just saying, I really don't know how many bottles there are in a liquor store, but it seems when I go to a liquor store, there's like 5,000 different items that you can buy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can literally pick up like 5,000 different types of wine, champagne, bourbons, wines, tequilas, scotches. She handed a drink.
Good night.
One and only time in her entire life she had a bottle of liquor.
See you later. Have a good one.
Like that alone, like if she had no invitation, if she had no invitation, that alone would have been like, that's too crazy.
Yes, it is.
Driving down Prescott, Idaho, Politan. That's enough to get you convicted right there. Showing up at the scene of the crime. One-on-one.
Like they do on
One-on-one. Oh, listen, when Ryan stopped there and work, brought that girl, had that girl stand, like slip down and stand next to him for a split second as he was loading up his car and took photos of him, mailed it to Talia. He was showing up at the house helping them, comforting them, finding out what they thought. He was right there in the thick of it because they didn't know it was him. Ryan helped them get the private investigator for Berman and Herman Law Firm to look into things. Darren talking to the private investigator, telling Ryan what the PI is saying. He didn't realize that he was talking to the guy that set up the photos, wrote the letter, stole his best friend's money, got him to hate his best friend, and it wasn't working enough, so he had to put the last nail in the coffin. I mean, it had to be me. Had to be. By the way, if you picture if, like, just to give you an example, that would be like the same date and time that those pictures being taken, that Ryan sitting in the parking lot and taking those pictures of
right.
Get past the part about Ryan here. Janice is his baby mama, I'm pretty sure. Memory serves. Okay, so we are on to the next call. Let me pull that up. Okay.
If he's doing that, and I think it's good.
So we're still on, good grief, on November 8th. They talked all fucking day.
Okay, so at least I know what's happening with that. Okay.
yeah. The dad took all the candies out of the house a long time ago, right?
Almost all. We have to go back. We have to open the safe again. Yeah. Almost all, honey. Everything that you were worried about.
Okay, so we're going to skip to the Wendi part. Now here we're going to get some new information about Wendi throwing up at dinner. Well, that came in at trial, but we're going to hear them talking about it. And the emails about Wendi relocating. So here's relocation. Okay, they're talking about the money with Ryan. Driving by. Okay, here we go. Back.
And you know, when I used to talk on the phone, you'd be like, I see you coming home in the car with me. I can picture myself driving you home from Tallahassee. You know what? Even though he'd say it, he believed it. You know, I tell you, like, what I felt in my gut. I never felt it. I was thought, man, that would be amazing. Play along.
Talking about if you were to get elected.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. No, he knew. He said, logical answer. One of the fun. And then it makes it seem like you're coming up with excuses.
Wait, I'm wondering, is he saying things? Hold on, let me back this up a second. Something about Dan. Interesting.
It wasn't something he said. He meant it.
Yeah. No, he knew. He said, look, we're going to have an answer for everything because you're innocent. You're going to have a logical answer. If you don't, you can't have a logical answer for, why are you showing up in the front?
Oh, okay. Okay. The subtitles are not correct. That's why I was confused. It's not the product. Okay. So he's saying that the conversations he had with his attorney, former attorney, Dan Rashbaum, right, is that everything's going to have a logical explanation because you're innocent, right? And then what Charlie is saying is, you know, if there's not a logical explanation for, why are you showing up at the scene of the crime? But the subtitle is incorrect and says the end of the production. He's saying the scene of the crime. And again, referencing Wendi. Yep. Oh yeah, all day. Okay, so these are oh wow, that's interesting. So these are the jail calls. Charlie has just been convicted. So again, November 8th, 2023. Charlie has just been convicted at this point. And unbeknownst to Charlie, Donna and Harvey, right, his parents, have bought are planning on leaving. They've bought one-way tickets to Vietnam because it's a non-extradition country, and they're planning on leaving the country never to return again. However, Donna gets arrested on like the tarmac as they're trying to flee. So Charlie's just been convicted. Donna is about to be leaving the country. Charlie doesn't know it. And yes, there was the continuation of the Daubert hearing for Dr. Russell because they didn't get to finish that. They had only just kind of gotten started with Cross. So it was like all day today. And I am covering that at some point. I don't remember when, but I will cover that at some point.
It really does. When I told someone that she'd be like, was she moving there? I was like, yeah, that's really true. You know what they said? That's got to be like 1 in a million.
Back to the 1 in a million.
I think it was family from Detroit. I said, no, she was really there. He was like, that's like the odds of that. He was always like an odd guy. You know who I'm talking about, right?
He did. I did.
And he's like, you got to be kidding me. That's like 1 in a million. Like that, you can't even imagine the odds. I go, yo. That happened. Right after she spoke to her mom and her brother that morning. Like the reason for her being on Trescott at 12:30 never sounded right to anyone. Except that's what happened. She was going to the liquor store that she used to go from that house. And that was how she did. And I think it should have been brought out. I mean, I think I did bring it out at the later. When I went to dinner with her, they sat us at the bar. The drinks that they give you are those martinis, and they're really, really sweet, but they're loaded with alcohol. So she had one drink at the bar, and we sat down at the table, and had one drink with dinner. What I should have said is that those drinks are like 3 shots each one. So you have someone on empty stomach, who has like a 0 alcohol tolerance, who just had 2 sweet drinks, but it's the equivalent of 6 shots. They put almost 3 ounces of alcohol in each martini. Second, they still having 6 glasses of wine on an empty stomach on a girl who is 120 pounds who has no alcohol tolerance. She doesn't drink ever.
Again, not what we heard from.
Last time she went to a liquor store was, she was married 3 or 4 years earlier. That's the one she went to. And she picked it up on the way to lunch. That's the real reason. Nothing to see here. One time, she left that house to go by at 12:30. Without having a reason to be at the house. Like, how many miles away is she? How many different ways to get there? All Leads To Trescott. You've done that down. You have to probably make sure sitting back there discussing that thing. Do we believe that she just happened to meander by there at 12:30 on the 18th? On her own. Do we believe her? And if you don't believe her, you really don't need to listen to CourtTv. You don't need to listen to anything else. You just go, well, what happened that day got her to where she wanted to be. So, I mean, I think it's just one reason that she needed it. That's an interest in trying to buy that house. She couldn't help herself. Sounds good the way she worded it. She couldn't help herself.
I'm gonna try to get to the part about the relocation.
I mean,
this is all
like,
just
being a straight shooter and being honest and like breaking it down and explaining the case to people and like doing like being a lawyer.
there.
About things how it happened. Well, that's why you're real.
There it is.
It wasn't. So when you kind of like they made it seem like why they didn't care that much. Well, back about that. She wants you to believe that she doesn't care about things how it happened. Well, that's why you're writing a book and you're talking about your motive. Believe it. You had no intention of wanting to stay there. You were felt trapped. You know, the email says relocation. So your order, number one priority. But the kids is not the uniforms. Yeah. Once she goes on Trescott that day, she knew she was out of there. 2 days later, she was out of there.
Yep.
But she changed the kids' names, and she,
So he's
you know,
speaking to.
she, didn't let the grandparents see the kids. I mean,
Hold on, let me back it up.
number one priority. But the kids is not the uniforms. Yeah. Once she goes on Trescott that day, she knew she was out of there. 2 days later, she was.
So once, what does he say? Once she drove down Trescott that day, 2 days later she was out of there. Changed the kids' names.
Goes on Trescott that day. She knew she was out of there. 2 days later.
Funny because Glenn was saying, I mean, no point really even mentioning it, but Glenn saying like, oh, Wendi never wanted to leave Tallahassee. I mean, like, not only did she want to, I mean, she did. Like, she literally did. I'm pretty sure he said that she stayed there. Anyway, no point.
She was out of there. But she changed the kids' names, and she, didn't let the grandparents see the kids. I mean, they make all those facts get spun.
Wait, what is
not reality? Evil. They make you sound sick and evil. And then once they make you sound sick and evil, you can't sound like somebody that's like, oh, I didn't really care if I was going to take the money for myself in Tallahassee. No, that'll make you want it. That'll make you go. Once you could just have faith and no one's stopping you, and you left within 48 hours, did you?
So sometimes I think, Charlie, that I was just going to say it's off topic, but not. Sometimes I think you like ESP. So I don't know, 15 minutes ago, you said something to us about U.S. Legal and Ramsey. And
right.
So at 3:05, what time is it? 3:10. So
Donna's just completely changing the subject.
5 minutes ago, I see an email from Alex.
Oh,
it
nice.
seems that, yeah, because Dad has been digging into this since last year, and then we finally found out that the check was mailed, even though we had moved. It was mailed.
I wonder if this is the same Alex who initially took over for Donna after Dan was conflicted out, and then Alex was also, I forget his last name, but there was an Alex who was also conflicted out after the fact. I wonder if it's the same guy. It might be.
To the icon, and remember Gene at the front desk?
Right.
He signed for it. We found that. I mean, we were literally like little investigators here. So we got that information, and then it took.
So John has changed the subject, and I don't give a shit what she's talking about. So whatever, some random shit. So. Oh, just like depositing a threat. Oh, hold on.
Why would she be like like just throwing names out when she goes to the police and she's freaking out. This is
When, all right, so now remember, I've been saying this the whole time since last night. Like, when was it going to get to the part where Charlie? I would assume he's seen her interrogation. Again, it wasn't, the whole thing wasn't played, or none of it was played at the trial, but parts of it were read from the transcript. I would assume he's seen it. I've been wondering, when is he going to get to commenting on that? Okay. Here we go.
I mean, like, you know, like, and then we had a falling out, and now, like, it doesn't matter. She's still bringing that into closing. I'm sitting in the closing of my life. Well, she's bringing up the guy who stole my money, got rid of my friends, and now he's a witness to what? A witness to nothing. But it just shows one more person. I mean, she was talking about lying. Even his own sister said when asked about this. Like, it's almost like she started making it seem like Wendi was saying the whole thing, like the way she phrased it and the way she threw it out there. She threw it out like, look, even his own sister's throwing him underneath the bus.
Yep.
Like,
accurate.
His best friend, his sister. You know, like it's just adding it on. But it's like they kind of like, if you're starting to realize the feature theory, if you're like, well, if she knew she had to do with him, and that's why she was showing up there. So why would she be throwing him under the bus 10 minutes later? Like, but people can't think that. Right. Like, if you really were in the cahoots, why would she be like just throwing names out when she goes to the police and she's freaking out? This is where to go. But it's like, and one time the story looks good when I can throw the bus to her. One time it's good when I can throw Wendi underneath the bus. Like, I just, you know, when Dan told me we're coming home in that car together, I said, that would be awesome. That would be the happiest day of my life. No, it's gonna happen. You're gonna be playing with Roman. You're gonna be good. Like, Dan, like, but you know what? You know when someone says something and you're just like, from your mouth to God's ear, like that would be great. But like, I'm not like, the meaning thing I said, like I didn't feel it in my bones. Like I really did. I hope, but I wasn't like. I didn't feel it in my bones the way I felt like what it would just be like in Tallahassee. That I felt in my bones. That I felt in my gut. You know, this was like just hearing talk and wishful thinking and like hoping that what he's saying is true and accurate. I mean, they just are opening in this.
No, just take 1 second. Take that off.
I guess that's Harvey's phone ringing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No, they did the opening of this. You okay?
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
No, they did the opening in this case. Dan looked at me. It was like a blue, like a felt tip marker, like not a marker, but not a pen, like an in between. And so like almost like a highlighter type tip, whatever. They write it blue on a sticky pad. You're right. We will win. Yeah. Like he was so confident in that room. Like I was so confident. Like I literally like.
Lawyer, he knew what he was talking about. Anyway.
Awful, right? Like to be a defense attorney, if you really think that, you know, and then, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I was going to say, hopefully you're not lying to your client saying we will win, but at the same time, I can see that maybe you want to give them hope. I mean, although again, just thinking about it too, right? We always know every defense attorney goes in with the mindset that they're going to win. Otherwise, what are you doing, right? But Dan did appear really confident in this case. I don't think that was fake. I don't think that was false in this case. I think Dan really, did think they had a good chance.
Like it was, but it's like if the case was going bad, I wouldn't be this fucked up. I would be like, okay, like they came out with this or that, the other, like all the stuff that they had is all the stuff that in 2015 I knew they had, and I was innocent, and they weren't gonna have proof to show I did something I didn't do. Like, I knew that. I knew that.
Funny.
Like, it was later that I found out that Wendi was actually trying to drive down the Trescott at 12:30 that day, but there's 4 explanations back. No, I didn't know until years later. I was like, why are they going so hard after Wendi? You or someone said she showed up at the crime scene, like right after it happened. And I'm like, no, I heard that, but like it was somebody else at trial who had a similar car. Person was like, no, she actually really did.
Okay, so we've already heard him tell this story. Okay, back to the relocation. Okay.
Your Trescott lane is blocked off. You go pick yourself up, bottle full or stuff like that. And this is not your neighborhood. And we've already believed all the reasons why it makes no sense driving down that street today. Like it just starts falling on deaf ears. You know, and I'm telling you, it's that simple. Use your common sense.
You just
What?
said it. Falling on deaf ears.
Yeah. But look at what they did. That's why they started with that. Because what happened to Trescott? They allowed relocation. What's the one thing that the emails talk about that's more important than anything? Relocation. Like, so it all fits together. Like, if she can't explain her explanation, kind of sucks. Why should I want to drive to Trescott at that time? I mean, a better explanation is she couldn't help herself. And once you buy that, everything else just looks like a rich, crazy family who wanted relocation, who did this,
Yeah.
she's a part of it, and that's why she's driving down the scene.
Yeah.
Make sure it was done.
Yeah.
Like, did you notice, like, they were, like, backtracking back and forth, and then they finally really backed off of Wendi because they realized, like, her cell tower showed that she was still at 5 miles away at 12:30 when he said, oh, I know it was already done.
Right.
So if Wendi was 5 miles away, how could she be calling and saying, I've already called and said that? She was 5 miles away. It didn't fit their story. So they kind of backed off of the time stamping on that.
He's referencing a phone call from Keedy Magbanua.
Everything else is like, he's like, well, if the shoe fits, you know, like you're the one that benefits and you're the one that's showing up. Like, holy shit. Like, that's a coincidence. You know what I think? I think no one hears that in their ears, especially a mailman. I should have thought of that too. Like, a mailman just lives on routes and knows streets and just knows how many different ways you can get to a place from point A to point B. Like, to say that you had to go down Trescott, I should have thought about that a little bit. Sergeant, the black sergeant with the mailman come on. But I should have thought of that and like,
Oh,
it's
pretty clever.
you know, a mailman knows how many routes there are to get to someplace.
Huh.
So the probability factor starts taking a whole lot more when you had to take that route.
Interesting. That's pretty clever.
Yeah.
Like that route at that time on that day, just after your TV had left. Like I honestly think after that, these people thought like, hey, we're smarter than they are. We're not going to buy their shit. We can see the basics. We got common sense. Chances of that happening are 1 in 10,000. Now you got somebody who's looking at everything, saying it's a 1 in 10,000, like that they're actually talented fighters. That win me over with some overwhelming facts to prove you're overwhelming.
I think you know a little bit about this case, right? Because I know you've been here before with some of the other videos we've done. I guess, I mean, not maybe to your normal extent, right? But I think you know the basic gist, right?
You weren't a part of it. I think you proved you weren't a part of something that you weren't a part of.
Yeah.
Go ahead. That would be like someone pointing the finger at you and pointing the finger at Wendi. He's like, well, how do I prove I wasn't part of something I wasn't part of? How does the person just sit there and point fingers now? Like, that's why I felt on deaf ears. That's why I was open with that, and that's why I was close with that. His sweetheart shows up at the class scene. That street on that time, on that day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That smells like shit.
It does. It sounds terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm involved in the case. See, even this is like I'm involved. Like I'm involved, but I'm not involved. Oh, he said he's involved. Like, understand what I'm saying is like, I'm involved and I look at it in the case, and I'm like,
it looks crazy.
It looks The ex-wife goes out of her way to drive by the murder scene right after hitmen come to her husband, ex-husband, after she talks to her mother and brother.
Yeah.
Like, you just painted a picture of the definition of conspiracy. You hear that, and everyone wants to know, why haven't they been arrested? They painted the picture. The problem is, it's all a false premise. At first, I didn't even think she was there. I thought it was bullshit. She actually was there.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
When I heard that officer said, "Oh, I saw a minivan that looked like, my wife's minivan. It's a Honda Odyssey. It's burgundy. It fit the description of the ex-wife." I'm thinking, like, this guy's such an asshole. He's making this shit up. Like, there's tons of these out here. Wendi wasn't there. He wasn't. Wendi was there. That's why I shut up. I mean, listen, if I'm sitting at a bar and someone tells me the story with those couple facts, mind you, like, then you throw in the motive, the relocation that they keep bringing up.
Right.
And then you throw in the crazy emails. These people are crazy. They go out of context. They're crazy. And you tell me how she benefits, and she's the one showing up. Like, if I was sitting at a bar and someone's like, she has nothing to do with it, you know what I would say? Get the hell out of here. Like, I can put two and two together. Like, you know what? What would you say if someone said that to you?
The thing is, I get it, and you're 100% right, and it all sounds like it's piling on, except she really wasn't on trial there. You were. And they spent more time on her.
And relocation and this and that.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. If she was a part of it, then I had to be a part of it. And if you sit there and go over all that stuff that I just believe, and I said, and you said no, I can add 2 + 2. That sounds very, 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 very suspicious. And you can get in your head that this girl had to be what's about to transpire. That's not the smallest step to go to the smallest step. Because look at the connection. Look at who I know. Look at who my ex-girlfriend was. Okay. And then look who was there. And look who's showing up. So here's the thing. If you could make it seem when she's lying about the relocation, if she's lying about her feelings about Tallahassee, if all she wants to do is move, and all that gets accomplished, and then she couldn't help herself to show up at the crime scene, if you can prove that, you can. I mean, if you could have someone saying she had to have advanced knowledge that she was there, then you've got a picture getting in the palm of your hand, and everything else is just like everything else. Like I'll say, that's like the foundation of the 1 in 10,000. Was my friend from Detroit says that's 1 in a million. Are you kidding me? That's like 1 in a million. You could have a chance of winning the lotto than having that happen. So if you can convince them that hey, it's not 1 in 10,000 or 1 million occurrence, then you got to say he's guilty. Almost. Like she doesn't show up there. She doesn't know about it. If she knows about it, who does she know about it from? Who does this all matter? The person showing up, the person wanting to leave, the person who lied about how much she liked Tallahassee. Like, you read the emails. They want to get the hell out of here. This is a small stop on the way to civilization. Wasn't that what this was? Your husband worked at Florida State University. He worked at Florida State University. And he put the word North in there. The name of the city was fucking identical to Tallahassee. Like 2 letters off. I don't remember the name of it, but Tallahassee.
Hiawatha or something.
Hiahassee. The fictional town was Hiahassee. Yeah, Hiahassee.
So they're still trying to remember the name of Wendy's fictional town.
Hiawatha.
Hiawatha. I mean, it sounds very similar. Her husband was a professor. She had 2 kids in immigration. Like it's like you writing a story about a husband is a doctor and you're a school teacher and someone's got 3 kids and 2 boys and a girl. Like they're from New York. They moved to the south part of the south. Like, you know what I mean? It would be like, okay, you're getting this from somewhere. I mean, but it got dumbed down to the point that once you had that as a foundation, everything else became like more logically more shit. That's why they spent so much time on relocation and her route that day.
Yeah.
Everything else. Because that's an unbelievable story into itself. But now you want me to believe more unbelievable. I mean, they put her on trial there.
I know they did. What about it?
You know, there's a reason why they were putting a picture of her out in the right at the Katie on the beach.
Of course. You know?
You know, they were showing the connections.
Between Katie and Wendy.
They were showing the familiarity. They were putting the faces together for players. Like, I was a good picture of Nate Warren. Pierre. You saw that picture they put up with me?
No, are you talking about the driver's license photo?
No, they put a picture of me up. I was thinking I was Katie when I went to the Keys.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, because remember, they didn't go to his trial.
They took a photo that was my updated driver's license photo that I was updated from 2019. This happened in 14. Why is the picture of what I look like in 14?
Well, because that makes you look
Clean,
very clean.
much more clean cut and short hair.
Right.
Like much more clean cut. That's what I look like. Like that picture of us is 14. That's what I look like in 14. Like no beard, shorter hair.
Yeah.
Why
would they show that? Why would they show that? That would look good.
Yeah, when I 18, I have no problem. But if you're going to talk about 14, why don't you show what I look like in 14? You know, like.
Because they're trying to paint a picture. That's why they're trying to paint a picture. They don't care if it's true or not true. They're trying to paint a picture.
Yeah.
That's exactly what.
I'm sorry. I know I've been talking forever.
Oh, it's fine.
I'm just sitting here, like literally on my horse now. Pretty still saying what? Like I'm still in shock. I go from shock to sadness. Right? Like shock and sadness.
Yeah. From shock to sadness. Wow.
Like believe. Like
Not that, and I feel like a heart not plausible yet. Can't go with it yet. Can't.
Like when I'm talking to you and just talking about things that's horrible, when I'm not talking, I like heads in other places and I fucking
I know. Just be careful because at some point nobody came today, which I'm really pissed about. But
she's saying that she doesn't want people to think that he needs to stay in protective custody.
To yourself, Mr. Chief.
No, the chief was supposed to come today. It's like I get like numbness in my hands, my arms, like I get cold, numb waves. It literally feels like. Honestly, it feels like the heart has been ripped out.
I know how you feel. I know. Trust me, I know.
Oh no, you don't yet, but you
I know it's affecting you guys. I don't know it's affecting Wendi. I don't know. I wanted to do so much stuff with that. Like literally,
I know.
It kills me not being able to be doing stuff with him over the last year. Like he's actually becoming like a cool teenager. Like I was getting to the point where I was thinking maybe I won't. Like I'll go to Asia for a few months, hang out, be compressed, and maybe I'll let myself on and see if I can life there if I can. I'll take so quiet down for a little while. Go back to my home.
I know what you wanted, and I know you were going to take time and you were going to think about how to do it, how much time.
I take like 3 months off, and said you're going to go out there with him, you're going to go up there with Scott to a new place in Vietnam, go to Costa Rica, fly back and forth. Like everything I've worked my whole life, like all I have fucking did is work, to be honest with you. I still have 29, I did a karaoke in school. I got out, I worked 6 days a week, sometimes 7 days a week. I made it online, and I had people still come in, and I lived a very low-key lifestyle. Really did. I mean, even when I bought a limo, I paid $7,500 a day for half of it.
I know.
You know, like, I didn't really spend money on things. I mean, the one thing I treat myself with is that's not that for. I was like 5 years old. And 5 years old when I bought it, 5.5 years old. That was the only item. That was literally one item. Like, outside of that, like,
Remember,
I
he's
bought
got like,
$8,000.
yeah, he's got a boat. He's got like five sports cars.
I know. You never treated
Including
yourself.
a Ferrari.
Never fucking treated myself. Still have the same 2 pairs of jeans.
I mean, that's not
one
true
pair of
because you have a
dresses, like,
Ferrari.
all I fucking did is work. Work. Help everybody else out along the way. And like, and now I'm here. And now it's like, because even thinking about like making trucks for Roman and like, him growing up without me is the one thing that fucking kills me.
Roman is his son.
How you gonna explain to me? Like, being a parent, like, having to want to do all these things with him, and like, I'm gonna get that parent that like, you know, listen, I'm 47. I've waited so long to have a kid. Like, I could finally be financially set and like be that fun dad that's not working all the time and do all kinds of great stuff with him, and like, he can be my twin. And now I'm fucking sitting here making up a will. I just these fucking twin. Every time I talk to him on the phone, it's hard. What is it? They have to hear his voice, but it fucking hurts twice as bad.
He's crying about it.
It hurts twice as bad talking to him. I mean, like, oh, I'm happy that the kid doesn't know, but he's not going to remember me outside of pictures of the video.
He's saying his son's not going to remember him before he went to prison. Awful.
One person I don't look like. Oh, no memories made outside of pictures and videos of the outside world.
Yeah.
You know what, Charlie? This is just why you need to just have hope, think that we are trying to do something, and just hang in there, because that's all upsetting stuff. It's awful, and there are opportunities. So we've got to follow through with them. And you're right. But just don't, you know.
I'm gonna have hope, because Dan flat out told me like it's like 1.5 to 2 years to get healed. You know, I mean, I've already been here for over 1.5 years. It's just for like the process to get going. It's like, Jesus, I wish I could say that effective counsel. I had a shitty judge, or I had like, wow, like, holy shit, like I was on cloud nine a week ago. I came off of there, Dan was like showing me text messages that people were sending in. Well, like I wasn't giving away my stuff. I gave away my socks. I gave away my other long sleeve shirts I have. I got one that's at home now. Like, I literally was like, this is happening. Like, holy shit, like we're way ahead. No. These people had death eaters at the time when he showed up to the court. You know, you can only tell one crazy story at a time for people to stop saying you got lots of stories. She's got common sense on her side. She couldn't help herself. Like, I mean, she even said Katie came in here and lied.
Yeah, she lied.
No, counsel made an admitted to that. It's like, yeah, look at everything else.
She twisted and turned all over the place, so she had no option.
Yeah, but look at everything else. Well, everything else was all some crazy shit that happened. It doesn't mean it didn't. It was just it was hard to believe it happened. And if you think that Wendi showed up because she knew, then you got to convince. That was the take-home message.
Yeah.
And I literally like, When Ezra died, I felt maybe that was a sign of things that I know you think I'm superstitious and I am in certain things, but if you look at when and how and everything else around it, that was a sign of God. I said it like it's a sign, especially.
You know what? I think we're all a little superstitious.
Yeah, but that's crazy. How about all the stuff around you?
There's no understanding. Honestly, you didn't have a chance in hell up there.
No, there was
No matter how good everybody was, and they were beyond good. You didn't have a chance.
no. The answer was like, oh, it depends on what jury you pick. Listen, I had Josh fucking Dubin taking the jury with his two associates to do this professionally come down. They had a whole, if you see the whole diagram they made up with this on everybody, and like they dug into these people. They knew who we had. They knew who we had to get rid of. Like with all that, you couldn't get one. Dan was worried about having one that was both guilty and would be hung. That's what his answer to me was.
Right.
He was thinking, listen, I'm thinking, because usually when I'm on a trial, I'm always hoping that we have one that's going to hang the trial. Because in this case, we should win. Because I'm worried about getting somebody on this jury that's going to think guilty when the other 11 are finding innocent, and then we hang that way. He's like, I'm worried about an 11-1 hang, not a 1-11 hang. Like, that was his thought. And then when everything was coming in, he said, like, when everything's coming in, that the testimony coming in from everybody, you got everything coming in, like, it's looking good. Like, he said to me, he said, if someone would have told me, well, this was like a Friday, he said, if someone would have told me 2 weeks ago, this is where we would be at this point in the trial with everything coming in, I would have been ecstatic. I would have been ecstatic.
You know, the man based his reputation on this case, Charlie. Believe me, he didn't leave a stone unturned.
He said all his time, like he would be on a bicycle, he'd be listening to podcasts. He would be talking to the bicycle group about it. He was talking to guys who play tennis, they're trying to get feels for like what kind of jurors we do. He was talking
about the case. Flash, are you saying that they brought food with them and left it as a gift, or what? That's funny though. They have courtroom video games as well. I don't know why anybody would trying to figure out how that would even go. Like, you pretend you're an attorney or what? And it doesn't surprise me though that they're not accurate. Oh, that is crazy. Huh. Okay, let's see. So we're going to get past the jury selection talk here. Why is it all? There we go. Talking about case, feel it in his bones. One out of 12.
Part
about the surgeon again.
They call him my guy, the 5. And then like following me around. He's a leader, and he works in the post office. I go rounds. The probability of me taking that round makes me think that we got a big problem there. Like, who knows routes in neighborhoods better than a close man?
Yeah. Nobody.
And how many different routes? But you're going to just trust that lane. Same time your husband's getting shot.
Now back to Wendi.
Like, listen, after that, well, you talk to your brother that morning for 18 minutes. Like,
I didn't know there was something more.
okay.
Caroline Miles, this might be it for this one. We'll see.
What did you say, Mom?
They said, you said, talk to my brother for 18 minutes. I mean, they made up stories about this one talks to this one talks to that one. Yeah, it's a family. They do that. It's a problem.
I'll call it to say the appointment was made.
What's
Okay.
his put in for?
And I called Wendi because I was on a flight with Katie.
Called a
My
motion.
mom, Katie, like girlfriends and officers. Here's the thing. I only talk to Wendi like every
Okay.
10 days, 2 weeks.
Next one, guys. That's kind of it for this call for the most substantial part. So,
What I should do. So call my sister first thing I got on the phone. I'm like, I won't forget call her. Somebody don't call her. That's just a little bit sitting out, and then you have stupidity, absolute asinine stupidity, right? And then I'm talking about theories of the landmine. Here we have a conversation again. Like, 1977 had that number call in 1976. They numbers on my cell phone. So I'm not trying to hide anything. Like, the only time I wanted to have privacy when I was on the phone with Eric, and I'm like, let me call you from your cell phone. I'll call you from my landline. That time, and then because I didn't know what Eric was going to say. Okay, was overly cautious after Mike.
okay, let me see if this is the right one. Hold on just a second.
I pictured it being an unwinnable place that you could come to and get their truck. Unwinnable. Maybe only in the mouth to get an Adelson up here.
Yes. Okay, because of this part. This is one. Let me just see where this is here. Talking about the jury again. Okay, and the emails. And this is relevant because we're going to go over the emails too.
Probably because I knew my parents were in the house and they don't get great reception of what they call the landline when they're in the house. The reception of the landline. That's the only reason I would call that. I'm calling from my cell phone. She used that to monitor the twice.
I know, which makes no sense.
It does make sense. It was statistically significant. They didn't care. They only had that address for 65 days in 2014. They put a timeline up to the end of 16. And what did they show? 99.8% of the time, I don't call that phone. 99.8%. When do I call it? When you're making the first trip, when you're making the second trip. You all decide. Use your common sense. There's something going on here, ain't it? There's a tie. There's a commonality. I mean, there is a commonality. I'm not going to lie, but it just happens to be like that. Well, how the fuck? How many times are you going to say it just happens to be like that? You know, and then referring back to the crazy emails and when you want to get the hell out of Tallahassee, and then when you changed the names of the boys, and then when you kept the boys from seeing their parents. Like, you paint a horrible picture, and you tie it together with Wendy's book and your emails, and you spin a story. And these people don't know me from Adam. They know there's stuff in the legislature to let grandparents see kids because of Wendy. You think they're doing that for fun, or you think really Wendy's keeping her grandkids from the grandparents? What's the perception? No.
I know all these things.
It's a bad fucking movie. All right, I can get now I'm not in my shock phase. I'm thinking about Interrogation.
Yeah, well, it's a right.
Like, I go from shock, anger, sad, anger, shock. I mean, it's people with a brain watch my testimony. They recognize there's holy shit, there is something here.
Yeah.
Holy shit, he's getting security cameras in his house and his office. It was advanced in weeks. It was actually within days. Within weeks. 8 days later, they got installed. So 9 days later. So, he wanted to get cameras anyway. Yeah, we talked about it, but I never really moved on it until this.
Yeah.
But like, called the guy 2 days later and scheduled him for that weekend. He was within the week. Cameras were getting installed the following weekend. The following Saturday. This happened on the 18th. Friday. The following weekend it was getting installed. I was writing the check if he was finishing on Monday. You know, so it's like, it doesn't matter. It wasn't the evidence that was stacked against you. it was a total package they were able to pay.
You know what it was?
It was just a total. It was a Dateline special. It was let me get him on the stand and drill him. Okay, that's nowhere. Dateline. This is Dateline with autopsy photos. Come on, y'all. Use your brain. Use your brain. Like, you know what? I was in my phones when I was down south that if I ever came up to Tallahassee, I would never have a shot in the fucking bowl. Especially not with the climate and and how big of a case this was to Capitol men and all the intrinsic storytelling, finger pointing, foreshadowing ways to get people to hate me. The Jew that's infatuated with Nazis.
Oh boy.
The crazy emails. She was trying to spin. She was really trying to spin a lot of that stuff with Dave. So I sat up there and I was like, Dave's a great guy. I think I liked him more than my sister did, but I think I did a good job of explaining. Like, Dave's birthday is in April, my sister's birthday is in April, the wiretap started in April. And I made a point of saying my nephew farted on his head and he thought it was funny. Like, he loves those boys. Like, that's what I like most about it. I thought it would have been a great opportunity for my sister that she'd be passing up. So I tried to convince her to.
Oh my God, that is hilarious. Sorry.
I just met the guy on the dating app. Like, he was a total package, but because I like the more.
Sorry, hold on. I'm
more
trying.
than my sister did.
Shirley,
Like that.
Okay. So Flash is saying that there's a game series called Ace Attorney. Oh, sorry, where you play a defense attorney and they shout objection really loud and come. That is so funny. That is so funny. Right. Well, not. That's what everyone's saying. I'll just make sure I put this on the record. That's what everyone's saying, and that's not correct. It's not that his appeal was denied. The motion that he had was to relinquish jurisdiction. It's completely different. And, people do that. I mean, like the mainstream channels, media and all do that, right? Like where it's like, that's what they're saying because it's easier than trying to explain what's really going on. Let me see if I can find it. It's not his appeal. Like in the way that, because he's going to get a new trial. There's no way around that. It's a motion to relinquish jurisdiction. Let me see if I can pull it up. It doesn't mean he won't get a new trial, first of all, right? It's the beginning of if they're in the beginning of the appellate phase, right? Let me see if I can find the full document here. So some people are saying it should have been handled. It should be handled as a it's basically a matter of procedure, right? That it should be handled as a post-conviction claim instead of an effective assistance of counsel. But so there's a process for this because this is a very specific type of issue with the conflict, the conflict of counsel. Where's the document? That's not it. What? I want to find, okay, hold on. His motion here. Let's see if this is it. I'm not finding it yet. I'm sure there's a way I could do this more methodically, but let me see if this. So it was, again, it was seeking relinquishment of jurisdiction. So it was, my understanding is like it was wanting to, pause where it was at in the appeals process so that it could be sent back to the trial court for a new trial. Similarly to what happened with Murdoch, right? Where they paused the appellate clock that was ticking and then had the evidentiary hearing. But I think in this case, the clock had already passed time. And so, in other words, they wanted because you would rather have it be dealt with, if you're the defendant, right? Or now he's been convicted, but like you'd want it to be dealt with sooner rather than later, right? So the idea was like, if they could relinquish jurisdiction back to the trial court, then they could address it and he could potentially, I mean, again, I think it's a no-brainer. He's going to be given a new trial. They could be dealt with. But because once it continues on through the appellate process, then it's going to be slogging and it's going to take years, right? So you want to prevent that. However, that motion to relinquish jurisdiction was denied. So in other words, it will take probably years. However, I think that no one will deny, honestly, that he's going to get a new trial based on everything that we know from the fuckery that was going on with Dan Rashbaum representing everybody and conflicting everybody, right? I mean, it was just a mess. And so he's just going to have to wait longer. So, and he might have other appealable issues as well. I mean, I'm sure he does, right? But in other words, he's going to have to include this, I guess, with the rest of those other issues instead of separately. And they did a similar thing to Murdoch, and I'm actually already done part 1 of reading that, but where instead of saying, okay, we're going to like address the Miss Becky fuckery, it was like, okay, all those issues, you can just bundle them into the rest of your standard, direct appeal. So hopefully that makes sense. But thank you for that question, because it is a good opportunity to make sure that everybody who's here is informed that it's not made it to that point yet. Because in other words, when it does come to that point, his huge appellate issue is the conflict of counsel, and it will, my prediction, Squirrely crystal ball, remanded back to the trial court for a new trial. That's what'll happen. I mean, I don't see them dismissing the charges, so it'll be a new trial, I would imagine. So
real, so natural, so honest.
So real, she says to her son.
You did.
Like, you're spending the day calls to make it be like,
oh, that's right. I forgot about this. He has this really funny expression. I'd forgotten about this. Spinning the daisy. That's one of his expressions. You were spinning, she was spinning. He's referring to the prosecutor.
my husband's like one of her best friends.
Okay, but let me go ahead here a little bit. So back to the postman, the sergeant.
Y'all use your common sense.
This is so funny.
The problem is anybody that comes close to that description is going to get one of your 10 X's and call out the phone.
Don't be sorry, Flash. Literally, I'm telling you, I've seen it everywhere. Don't be sorry. This is what everybody is saying. It's what they do. I've seen this everywhere. I've seen people say it in chats. I've seen even, I think, like mainstream, I don't know if CourtTv or longer. I've seen like, this is what everybody's saying, because this is way easier, right? Because if somebody says big news on Charlie Adelson, his motion to relinquish jurisdiction was denied, people wouldn't even know what that is, right? So that's why. So don't be sorry. That's literally what everybody says. And in fact, because I saw somebody say that the other day, and I was like, what? That's impossible. Because I know where it's at in the appellate process. Like, that's impossible. And also I was like, there's also no way that will get denied. He will get a new trial. That's when I looked it up, and it was like the day it had first come out. And I was like, oh, that's not what it is. But no one's even really broke that down. I had to look it up myself, because I don't think I've really seen, of course I don't see everything that's out there, but I haven't seen anybody really explain, at least in the main law tube spheres, I've not seen anybody really explain and correct that yet. So, but of course there's a lot going on right now in the world of law. So, yeah, I saw CourtTv. Yeah. It's, it's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate. But we watched those clips earlier from Vinnie and with Joel on there, and they did a great job with that whole bit on Trescott and Wendy's little detour.
This wasn't a case. You got facts or truth or reasonable doubt. This is like, y'all use your common sense. Well, you know what? If you told me y'all use your common sense, and
this is it right here,
and you told me that this chick goes down the street on this day, on this time, and traveled 10 miles, and this is what her answer was, and this is who her brother is, and this is who his brother's girlfriend is, and this is the shit she wrote about in that book. She wanted to leave that.
Yeah.
She's an actress.
And again, I would that. So here's the thing. I was gonna say that's misinformation, but here's how I think they get around that, because there's no retrial right now, and I think I even saw that same thing that you're talking about, and it's really awful. I hate that. It's because they want the headline, right? No retrial for Charlie. It's like, that's not accurate. That's not true. Like the only way you could couch that, but like maybe they just didn't put the full text right, is like, and I'm sure like it's like that's probably what they say. No retrial, and then it's like, for now, right? I can just picture that, right? Because that's it. That's what it is. It just means he has to wait longer. But it's a shame, right? Clickbait or whatever. So I'm sure I believe that.
Read it for yourself. Like, it's plain that she made it plain to see. Like,
now he's back talking about Wendy's book.
That's what the case turned into. And I get it. Like, I know there's other evidence, but that's Wendy showing up is a big case to get over. Like, that right there will get you convicted. That one people before you do all the other. I don't even belabor that. Didn't talk for hours before. I'm going to belabor right now, but what is I mean, with all that expensive shit, that became the game. Like, it didn't become what Luis Rivera said it could have been. It didn't become because the witness is still lying. Like, she shows up and just lying again and again and again. Like, it didn't become, look at the piece of shit that the state's bringing in with Ryan. It didn't become, look at Jeff the cop, the dude thinks he's brain. He thinks he's brain. And like, now he's making up a bunch of shit, just trying to throw shit everywhere because he feels like he's under the gun. Like, you're talking about like real life elements and facts and things that you build a case and you discuss and you want to debate or you want to prove points. This closing was nothing but dateline with autopsy photos. I mean, if you ask me, it should be grounds for appeal for the basis that they showed the autopsy photo twice and left it up there for 7 or 8 minutes each time. Like, no one's debating that he was brutally killed, but it's like what you're tormenting these people with is you're playing with their emotions. Not only are they upset, you're showing them the before picture, the after picture. You're showing it to them twice. Like, you're traumatizing the jury, you know. And then you're telling them that these people think you in Tallahassee are a dot on the map on the way to civilization. You're not part of civilization. She's above you. She's above you, and she showed up there when this was done. That's basically what she was showing. And who benefited from this happening? Who got what she wanted? You know, like, it just became, it wasn't the case. You know, the case was what happened July 18th. The case is what happened to me at my house on July 18th. Wake up. Like, she realized when I was on the stand, she wasn't going to be able to prove her point of what she wanted to show on July 18th. So the only way she could dispute it is say that you made friends with her. Of course, she was protecting me. Like, we never phoned out. They really give her money. I paid her 1 or 2 times that half the people were hanging out. But like, we were done dating that week. We were done. Like, but then she goes ahead and closes. She's like, they were together 4 or 5 months later. They were dating. No, we weren't.
No.
I was with Wendi from the beginning of August. I went out with the Keys, and she flew up to Pennsylvania, and she came down the end of August. She pretty much almost moved in my house the end of August.
That's a shame.
Like, she pretty much moved in my house the end of August.
Right. Of all the things, right?
You know, like, dude, I was with Whitney.
Okay, let's go a little bit. People at the house. Garden?
I don't know how truthful I'm sure it was with us.
You don't know how what? I didn't hear them.
Sorry, you said, I don't know how truthful
Oh.
our jury was with us. I mean, if you don't know what you don't know, and when they tell you they know nothing, then what's your follow-up question? What are you news for? I don't know, TV. I just kind of.
Oh, they're talking about jurors again. Okay. Back here again.
Tracking Tallahassee all the way to Miami. It's like in the book. So, God on the map. Like, all that was in the case for one reason only. And it was just to get people paid. You know, why do you think she was asking me, what does Bree do for Dave? And how old is she?
Yeah, I know. I heard these questions and Ted and I looking at each other like, what? What's she asking? Makes no sense.
Because she knew that she was the nanny. So she was thinking this girl was like, could have been 16, 17, 18. So they're sitting there, and you know, after they get, and it was timed, obviously, and she knew what her script was. So it was kind of like, you know, get the insulting things from Wendi about people in Tallahassee and her desire to live down south. She belittles Tallahassee. She lied about belittling Tallahassee. And then her mother wants her to come down south. And then next thing you know, you see an autopsy photo of Dan.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
You got these motives. You see what happens. And you get sick. And you got your little princess writing a story, foreshadowing.
He called me the little princess. That's
a fictional place, but let's be honest, like, it was North Florida State.
Yeah.
The girl was an immigration lawyer, married to a college professor with 2 small children, boys, in a town that sounds just like Tallahassee. Like, you can find these things much longer after Florida State. And her in the or somewhere in North Florida. And it was just a small stop on the map all the way to the village. I mean, listen, it's just a line in the book, but you got to admit it, it's perfectly good with Cappelman's story.
So Cappelman, not Catherine.
I did. Totally did. I just took you off speaker because while we were talking, Dan just fell asleep. So I'm just putting you in my ear.
Yeah, no. That's good. The Xanax is probably kicking in, huh?
Yeah. Oh, here's where they talk about the Xanax. Aha, the Xanax is probably kicking in. Oh boy.
Yeah. He needs that.
Definitely keep him taking his ass because it's not worth on a heart attack or an emergency.
No.
That was really fucking good. Oh.
Look, I have a lot of information. I'm working on getting an appeals attorney, and yes, there are specific things that you can get an appeal for, but there are also extenuating circumstances, which is what I'm going for. So let's give it a little bit of a chance. What I'm confused about, and I need to talk to Dan about tomorrow, is I don't know if it has to be filed within 30 days or 60 days. So
30 days.
If it's 30, I gotta.
Well, 30 daes for notice of appeal.
Moving on this.
And then 30 more days.
Okay.
Yeah. So
no, it has to be extenuating circumstance. Like I'm just like
that's how I feel.
I mean, listen, I know everybody who loses a trial must feel that way, but like,
no, this is.
I mean, my laugh isn't all the way there yet because my vocal cords are still healing, but I was trying to laugh there. Just them saying this is different. Like, I mean, again, the irony, it really is different because the conflict of counsel, the conflict going on with that is really unique to this case. But the irony that that's not what they're referring to, and nobody was, well, maybe Dan was aware of it, but that was not what anyone's referencing, right? That was all relatively recent. I mean, it wasn't until Donna's trial, it wasn't until October. It was when the day before they had jurors showing up for Donna's trial when all that came to a head. So that was like the beginning of October. It was right before Sarah Boone. That's when, now it's like, yeah, now there are extenuating circumstances. Yes, now this is different. But up until October, this was not.
This is different. Like this
in terms of like the nature of the conviction and the integrity of the trial, right?
This has to be part of a fucking bad movie. Like Dan's been doing this for 25 fucking years. Like he would never be saying the things he was saying.
Of course not. Oh my God. Of course not.
It makes him look like a fool.
Yeah.
Like, especially when I did as well as I did, and he did as well as he did. And it's like, oh, well, you can't predict juries. No, guess what? When I'm using my extras to get people off and listen to a 6-hour podcast, like, when I'm using.
He's back on the jury thing. The code. Oh, interesting. What is that? Hold on. What's it showing there?
And suspect numero uno shows up at the scene of the crime that morning hour afterwards, by coincidence. You know, my friend from Detroit said that's 1 in a million.
Yeah.
We know,
Mhm.
Charlie, you've said
So
you've said it a million times.
she's innocent. She has to be that 1 in a million that she's innocent. The other 999,000 smell like shit. Like, that's the definition of being at the wrong. You ever see the movie My Cousin Vinnie?
Oh, that's
Yeah. Long time ago.
okay. Interesting. I'm going to skip past that just because I don't know if there would be a copyright issue, even though there's no sound, but also it's not really what we're looking for here. So of course, it's all was leading back to Wendi anyway.
It happened. You were part. Didn't have positive traction. So, like, my point is like, it's that kind of thing when you show a guy who worked in the post office for 20 years and there's all these streets. If she's taking streets she shouldn't be on it. She's taking the most direct route. And she's traveling 10 miles and having 4 liquor stores. And then she shows up at the crime scene. That was in their opening. That was in their closing.
Yes, indeed.
When they're opening and closing on the same stuff, those are the points they want you to remember. Like, no debate about what happened at my house on the 18th.
Yeah.
And guess what? There ain't no debate that when you showed up at the crime scene an hour after it happened, 10 miles away.
Well, I'm trying to laugh, but it's hard to hear probably.
Like, that is something that's hard evidence that you can't debate. Mine is he did, she did.
Right.
You can't debate when you showed up at the crime scene an hour after that. 10 miles away. You can't argue. It happened.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You can't argue the book that she wrote with the lines that she put in there.
Look, yep.
You can't think it happened. Then you go to P4, you go with the code and all that shit, and you go, use your common sense.
Now they're talking about the trial again here. Let's see.
I mean, someone gives you that answer, use your common sense. What do you think it is? And by the way, she insulted you guys on the way out of town. She changed the kid's last name. She keeps the grandparents from seeing the kids. And Ultima 2004, tell you to rent a certain car.
Here we go. Now there's talk of Jeff.
Maxima or silver Nissan Ultima 2004.
Oh, right.
It was the identical car that Jeff would cost them.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
I mean, what are the chances of me calling a home phone number on all the 2 trips that you guys went out? Like,
So remember, because there was a first trip where they were unsuccessful, and then they had to make a second trip, the hit dudes.
by the way, you know, like the first time that these guys went up, they rented I think like a silver Maxima or a silver Nissan Ultima 2004.
Right.
It was the identical car that Jeff would cost them.
I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, Luis Rivera, hey, did anyone tell you to rent a certain car, or is there any reason behind what car you rented? And he's like, no. Okay, it wasn't a frame job. But
So I guess the first trip they made, they took, right. I forgot about that part. So the first trip they made that was unsuccessful, I guess they took the same car that Jeff had, which he's trying to say it wasn't on purpose. Obviously that was on purpose to try to frame him, right? But then, because we know they took a Prius the second trip. Flash is saying, you created your own Discord. Wait, what do you mean you're going to be streaming cases from the Discord or what? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but that's awesome. Are you saying it's like a YouTube channel with a Discord or?
But literally, when Dan showed me what it was, he's like, this is like the same car that he owned, like the identical car. Like, and then Jeff Lacoste goes like, there's only 2 times that summer that I went on vacation. The first week of June,
Mm-hmm.
and I was going to leave on the 18th, and I left the 17th of that. Those are the only 2 trips I took all summer. Oh.
Right. And so the significance there is that the 2 dates that they tried to have, because remember, there was the first attempt that failed and the second one, they corresponded with Jeff's 2 vacations all summer, right? It's part of the whole thing about pointing to Jeff being the attempted fall guy. Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
I guess you just truck it up to another coincidence, but like, there would be corroboration with the people that did it, if that's what that was
Right.
plan was. But that's why it was just something that Jeff was talking about. That's why Jeff was so upset. He thought he was getting framed.
That's interesting, Flash. So are you saying you're just going to be able to just let it play? Like how are you, I'm trying to picture how this, like you're going to let the trial just play consecutively, like 24/7 or, I mean, because whenever I tried using this just to watch something on there from YouTube a long time ago, and it like timed you out after a certain period of time where it's like, I can't remember exactly what it was. This was a long time ago, but it was like, I don't remember how much time it was, but like after a certain period of time, it's like you can't use it anymore. And then there's like a period where it's like no videos can play. I don't know if that makes any sense. And it may not still be like that anymore. But it seemed like they were trying to set it up so that it can't do what I'm thinking you're probably trying to do. Not a movie, but like, what was it? Well, there's been certain things where we've done like watch parties on Discord. This was like on the STS server, but and I can't remember, but like that thing I was saying happened, right? Where it would like, whoever was hosting it, it would like kick you out and time. Do you know what I'm talking about? Maybe it may not be like that anymore. And the other thing is that whenever people had their microphones on, this was, again, they may have improved the technology. This was a long time ago, but we found that when people were trying to chat, like with microphones, you couldn't hear any of the audio of whatever the thing was at all. But it was better doing it with text. But the same thing was still true where it's like it would kick you out. And then other things it just wouldn't let you use. Again, this is through the YouTube thing where it would be like copyright. Like you could watch on YouTube, but you couldn't do it through there. And again, they may have fixed some of the stuff because there was just some things that made it less than ideal to where, you know, if you were going to watch maybe like a short video, I think it would have been like that thing wouldn't have happened. But oh, okay. That explains it. How are you going to be streaming?
No, that's the reason he did that. Of course, wouldn't have done it otherwise.
No, that's why he went in, like guns a blazing, throwing every name out there, and saying, "Look at her brother. He's got her party. Hey, money. Her brother. Throw the name out. Her family. He's everything. You know, South Florida's Cuban. So he's got to know some Cuban people. No one was Cuban. So like, Hispanic, not Cuban. He's Cuban. So like,
it is weird. It is weird though, the YouTube copy, because like, in other words, it is weird where it's like stuff that's on YouTube, right? Like, I don't know how that would, you know what I mean? Like, anyway, it's just funny. Like, I remember there was one time I was trying to pull up like a violin video of something, right? Like, you know, and it's not anyway, but like, and it's on, you know, you can watch it on YouTube, but like on there, it wouldn't work. I don't know. It's funny. Okay. So, but I wonder, I think you probably are more tech savvy and you've been able to figure out how to balance it too, where, you can still hear everything and stuff. So yeah. And again, I'm referencing like probably more than a year ago was when I'm sure they've changed things. You know, Discord is updating all the time. So.
And he thought he was being framed. He got mad. And he was trying to point fingers at everyone else but him. Don't look at this. Look at this guy. Like, well, he put some fluff in there. But at the end of the day, it's still another witness to the state.
Okay, let's see here. Fluff, more fluff.
they're lacking so much. They don't even have a credible witness. Like, so it's the he said, she said, but you have the she said is lying through her teeth.
Right.
So what are you up against? You're up against it. If there ever was like a extenuating circumstance where the district of the town made it so you couldn't have had a fair shake, this is not the case.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be. I mean, if the case has gotten that big, if there was ever a case that people said, like, you're not going to get a fair trial if God came down and tried this case, and not because there's, like, overwhelming evidence. There's not.
No,
but there's overwhelming bullshit that paints a picture that's beyond horrible. It paints a picture, paints the motive, it makes these people look like horrible people. You lie through your teeth, and there's no way. There is no way you could have brought back Johnny Cochran. You would not have won this case, and not because of evidence, but because of the shit because of the Dateline special. Like, this can't be the end.
That's what we're going to fight it. There's enough stuff that needs to be addressed, and I'm not going to give up. I'm going to fight it.
Well, I just hope that it's not the kind of thing that gets to, like, judges that only really see the side of the state, and they're like, well, like, you got screwed. Like, jury spoken. Like, I just
Charlie, is that this one?
Circumstances that people could look at a case and go, like, it's too serious of a thing, and the way the state did it. But hey, they convinced the jury. Doesn't matter how they did it, I guess.
Okay.
Well, maybe it does matter how they did it. There are some things in there that may matter.
What?
We've got a list of them.
Up next, guys, the infamous hot mic call, where Donna incriminates the fuck out of herself. So we listened to the beginning of it. We didn't listen to the rest of it. Hold on, let me pull this up.
For years and years and years. You got Dateline in 2020 out of that mileage area. So I was like, Wendi, if you're only allowed to move, say, 12 miles from the marital home, and the home you're looking at 13 miles, and you put a deposit down, he's got a whole.
What happens at the end of this call is something happens and the call is like dropped or whatever, and Donna doesn't hang up or doesn't realize the call is still on and recording. And so she like puts her phone down or whatever and is like walking around the house talking ostensibly to Harvey, and they're talking about making their plans to go to Vietnam. So, and then lo and behold, they show up at the airport when she's on the tarmac about to board the plane.
Over your head, you may lose your deposit. You may have to sell the house. Like, that's a reason not to get it. Like, being a woman with 2 kids, the house has a huge responsibility. You're better off renting. Rent in the neighborhood for a year. Make sure you like it before you start looking in that neighborhood. Like, there's lots of reasons. 5 reasons I said, not one. Of my window into the pod, because my window is mirrored, so someone can be standing on the other side of the glass looking at me, and I can't see it. See that? Just mirrored. I just see myself. But I look like shit. And I literally look ash white with dark circles under my eyes. Shocked to sadness. When I'm shocked, I'm not sad. When I think of Roman, I get sad.
Roman again, his son.
I'm shocked you're angry. I mean, we're all angry.
It's unbelievable what my life was and what it became. And I'm going to be honest with you, this ain't changing overnight. And everything is gone. Like, let's be honest, everything is gone. wasn't even close coming up here. Exactly what I thought it would be wrong. I mean, how can I be so right and everyone else be so comfortable? Want to share their thoughts with me. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
I mean, honestly, how can I have been so right? How can I have been so right? And all these people that are so much smarter than me, they all said something totally different than me, except maybe one or two people who agreed with me.
I don't know what he's talking about being right.
The same reason Ezra was dead is because I listened to other people. I knew better, and I listened to other people. So fucking stupid. I literally hate myself.
Donna, are you there? This might be where the call drops and then.
Charlie,
Yeah.
you'll call me later. If you call me, I don't know, what time do you think you should call that I'm going to just text Dan anyway.
No, not now. Don't be texting him. By 10 o'clock, I'll call you.
Okay, call me.
Give this guy a 10. I don't want the chief to get in here and get into work at 8 o'clock and his phone's ringing at 8. But I think.
Oh, no, I wouldn't even text him at the door. All right, so if you call me at after 10 and tell me yes or no what's going on, then text Dan and see if he can make a call. If there's anything he can do to make this happen, to get you out of there. Okay?
I can't believe I've been on the phone for 47 minutes. It's like the only time that I feel it's normal is talking to you or Dad or.
Remember, like I said, he doesn't know that they're about to get or hoping to get the hell out of Dodge, right? In just a couple days.
I can't believe I've been on the phone for 47 minutes. It's like the only time that I feel it's normal is talking to you or Dad or.
Because you can talk about it. Talk about it.
Roman likes to repeat stuff. So he's like, when he's like, oh yeah, we're doing good. He said yesterday, he goes,
talking about his son.
This will be over soon.
Oh, it's so sad.
Like, shit, he must have heard that from her mom just talking to her.
Sure.
Like, he doesn't even know what he's saying. He's like, yeah, this will all be over soon.
Wow.
I can't wait to give you all the kisses and hugs, Dad. I love you.
Wow. Depressing. Now, here's the thing. Like we've all talked about, he's a trusting guy who trusted his mom and his sister. And, you imagine like the food chain, right? They gobbled up Donna and Wendi, in my opinion, everybody in that food chain, all the way on up. But you know what's so wild is of everybody on all the way on up the food chain, Charlie had the least. He was the only one who had actually nothing to gain. Everybody else was being paid, right? Charlie had nothing to gain, and he's their own family member, right? And he trusted them, right? And you can see that he's wrestling, I think, with trying to figure out, like, did they fuck me over? You know, and he has little moments where I think it's dawning on him. And meanwhile, he's sitting in solitary confinement, you know, protective custody, right? After just being convicted. And Wendy's out gallivanting about town or whatever the fuck she's doing, right? And Charlie is like crying on the phone to his parents, like, don't leave me here. Like, stay on the phone for another minute, right? For his sanity, right? Thank you. It helps to talk to you all. Like, his life is just a shithole now, right? And like, and again, he's the only one in the family, right? Like I keep saying, the family lamb to the slaughter. And Donna is trying to be like, it'll be okay. Like, have hope. The hope that she's mentioning is getting him out of PC and into Gen Pop. Like that's his carrot at the end. That's his Christmas present. That's his glimmer of hope, light at the end of the tunnel. That's is getting into Gen Pop, right? And meanwhile, she's packing her bags and getting ready to leave to go on a one-way ticket to Vietnam, leaving her son there to rot. Well, didn't work out, obviously, but where her and Harvey get out scot-free, living the life in Vietnam, and Wendi gets off scot-free, you know, according to their, you know, I guess their plan that they had, right? Living her life now in Texas, but, you know, and now Charlie's best hope is to get put into Gen Pop. And they just, I mean, it's fucked. It's just very much fucked. So where are you finding these cases, Flash, if they're not on YouTube? Are they from the CourtTv archives? I bet that's what I would imagine, right?
Can't wrap my head around it. Can't wrap my head around it. Now we got to get through this. Now we've got to get through it.
Yeah, you can't use an iPad or a phone.
Your calls on with Dan are so private, correct?
Oh boy, yeah. You really need a computer and ideally a second, like another monitor if you're going to be streaming, like where you're sharing a screen. But yeah, you can't do it on an iPad or a phone. I mean, you can do streaming like a camera, right? Everyone's seen people do that, but yeah.
Yeah, so it'll always be private. It's my lawyer. That's how this isn't, but that is.
This line isn't private, by the way.
You know,
I thought so. I didn't think it changes because of the trial. I just wanted to be sure.
No, he'll still be my attorney. He'll always pick up for me.
I know he will.
It's just, I mean,
Yeah, one thing that's interesting is I wonder when, again, my opinion is going to be in due time when Charlie gets his next trial. Will Dan Rashbaum be representing him? That's the question. I don't know that anyone's asked that question. Like it's a twofold, right? Would he be allowed even, right? But also would Charlie, you know, because the thing is, like, the whole thing was like Dan fucked the whole thing, right? But his loyalty needs to be to Charlie. So I guess in a way, I don't know that Dan, I don't know. I'm trying to think of how that would work. I mean, technically, I guess he could still be Charlie's attorney round 2. Interesting to think about. I wonder. Think about it.
There was no way I was getting a fair trial up here. There is no way on God's green earth that I got jurors.
But then when we saw the trial and we heard Dan and we heard you and she was away, everybody said, look at what just happened. There's no way in hell. There's no way in hell. No way. And then they didn't deliberate.
No. They had a mountain of it was my dad's birthday party, my mom's crazy emails,
which we're gonna read.
my sister showing up, me calling her landline. Yeah, I was pulling into Adam's garage. I was gonna be getting in the elevator, and I get shitty cell service, so I'm gonna call you from a different number. Like I wanted her to pick up, if she didn't see it was my number from my cell. I know I get bad service in that building. Like, I'm still calling her cell phone number, not hiding. I didn't say, hey, Katie, give me a different number to call you from, and I'm going to call you from a different number. That's when you want privacy. Like, when I spoke to Erica, I wanted privacy. And Mike had just told me 2 days earlier, don't talk about is it beyond a reasonable doubt that the Chiefs are going to win? No, not even close.
The pharmacy thing.
I still go. That's funny. I still go to the. I used to go to the CVS across the street from Nova.
He said I still go to, and then he had to correct himself. Used to.
To that liquor store from my house, because when I lived right by Nova.
Oh my God.
That's the same store that I would always go to.
You know, I could almost see that happening. I could almost see that happening. Thank you for that suggestion, Flash. Maybe Charlie will go pro se.
I don't know why people do that. I do that with pharmacies also. I still would drive to the pharmacy across the street from Nova.
Pharmacies. Let's see here.
That I used to go to when I lived at Nova for all those years.
Yeah.
When there's a pharmacy literally 2 traffic lights down on 441, and there's a liquor store.
What else could we have done? Was there anything else that we could have done that we didn't do? No, we had the best. And we had the jury consultants. We had the best. And we had Tallahassee. And they didn't listen.
Oh boy.
Listen. Listen, Charlie. Can you hear me, Charlie? Charlie.
Oh boy, is this
Can you hear me?
This is it.
Charlie.
Okay. Hot mic.
Clicked off. I bet it's because it was an hour.
So
Yeah, he'll call me back.
So she thinks it's over and that the phone is not on recording.
Okay. You can make her aware now that the things that we need to discuss are private. If George
Oh my God. So they're referencing Wendi.
Wants to remain in the lobby, he can, but I have a lot of personal information that I need to give. You call her. Yeah. I mean, just say it. I don't care if she's holding up speaker.
Oh my God. I love this so much.
Say, George, if you need George to drive you, you can.
Yeah, because it sounds like George is Wendi.
I'll say it in a nice way. Well, I don't want to use this phone. She's going to call me back. When did she say? A little after 8? Yeah.
So there's a reason I'm leaving it play because it's hot mic. So things are, this is the infamous hot mic call. Unless, I'm trying to think, does it, there might be a period of silence until she comes back in the room. Hold on, let me just see here.
I'll meet you downstairs.
Okay.
I'll meet you downstairs. I'll tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just tell her, let me know when you're 5 minutes away.
Yeah, she's gonna give it to me, give me it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think the fact, they shut Charlie's phone off before he's gonna call back.
No, I don't know. I mean, it just clicked off.
I'm trying to laugh, but my voice is so funny. Not funny, but not funny. Anyway, just like this is what I was trying to laugh at.
No, I don't know. I mean, it just clicked off.
Nope, wrong. Like Glenn, wrong.
No, because my daughter comes up. I don't care what I wear. George is not coming in. But no problem. And if we finish and she still would like to stay a little bit and have George come up, I have no problem. It's just that everything I'm doing is personal with her. So, no.
She's talking about Wendi coming over for sure. Wow. Yeah, I mean, also last night we watched our Best of Glenn compilation. I wonder what he would have thought of that too. Incredible. This is just, can you imagine being prison people listening?
Yeah. I just said to Annie, I'm on the phone with Charlie, and I'll call you when I get off. So I'm not going to.
Oh my God.
Maybe I'll call her before Wendi comes. All right. I'll call that Charlie calls in. I'm going to get off. So yeah. So the things that we want is for him to. We'll talk about in more detail later. I'll tell her I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that most of everything we can do. I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country.
Oh shit! So look at this bullshit. Like, you guys, you can't make this shit up. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's listen again. Incredible. And this is how they knew.
We'll talk about in more detail later.
Wow.
I'll tell her I thought at first you needed to come here, but I realized that most of everything we can do. I'll have to tell her we're leaving the country.
Incredible. Just whenever there's a holiday, a present, take this, put it on a thumb drive, put a little bow on it, hand it to the prosecution, say, here you go. Here you go. I mean, incredible, right?
They're recording my phone. They are able to
oh my God.
I mean, what am I going to do?
Famous last words, they're not recording my phone. Well, they don't have to. They don't have to.
I mean, what am I going to do? I can't write it. Dan says don't put anything in writing. I can't. What am I supposed to do?
So Dan says don't put anything in writing. What she's referencing is being paranoid. Oh my God, being paranoid about the conversation she's going to have with Wendi, right? And so that's why she's saying, well, Dan says don't put anything in writing, and then so it's like a conversation. So she's like, well, they're not bugging my phone. Oh my God. Yeah, no kidding. Get your popcorn ready, guards. Yeah.
I can't. So I'm supposed to call Dan, but that line is because I don't have a private line. So they can either hear me tell Dan to call Annie, or they're going to hear me tell Annie? They might as well hear me. I mean, what's the option? Call Annie Cunningham. No, not necessarily. But I'll tell her that there's business things that Harvey wants to talk to Ron about, and it involves, it shouldn't be a whole lot of work, but it's going to be some, because he's going to need to be able to contact the handyman, check apartment numbers. We'll give him all the information he needs. He'll send Ron a picture of broken cabinets, and Ron will say, yes, go ahead and replace these. You know what I'm saying?
What?
No, I'm not going to tell her details. I'll just say Harvey will talk to him later. Call Annie Cunningham.
Who's Annie Cunningham?
No.
I want to know who Annie Cunningham
Out
is.
of there. His mind if he's there all day. You have to let him out for sure.
I guess Donna's just sitting there next to her phone waiting for it to ring, but it can't ring because it's already on the line. Oh, I think that might be the end of the audio, actually. Let me see here. Yeah, it says there's no audio. Oh, that's it. That's the end of it. That's the end of it. Okay, let me look real quick. I'm going to see if I can Annie. I see people referencing this phone call with Annie Cunningham. I don't think anyone has identified who it is, though. Dang it. Is it a friend of Wendy's? Anyway, I'm just curious. Okay, so let me do this. Hang on. Okay, unshare, reshare. Flash wants pop. I want popcorn too. That sounds good. I haven't had popcorn in forever. Okay, we may not get through all of these, but we're going to try to do the first one. I can't remember how. Yeah, 5. We'll probably get through the first one. These are the infamous Donna emails that have been referenced in the trials. They've been referenced in the jail calls, all over the place. So this is from May 3rd of 2013. Oh, that's really funny. It says the title, look at this, look at the subject, look at how condescending, even in the subject line, info regarding his, in scare quotes, memorandum of law email. So this is obviously Dan is still alive, right? This is Donna being condescending about Dan filing, I guess, a memorandum of law or referencing that in an email. And look at that, how disgusting that is. But also not surprising, pretty much what you would expect with Donna. So, okay. So this is from May 3rd, 2013. So a little over a year before the murder. Dear Wendi, okay, just saw this email this morning. Obviously, his 23-page rant was insufficient, so he is trying to push the court to deny hearing your petition. Again, I'm not a lawyer. Hilarious, right? Like why you're, oh my God, okay. This is an email to her daughter. Like, why would your daughter need you to remind her that? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. This is so weird. It's like the narrative, right? For some other, but like Wendi knows anyway. Okay. I don't know if to prevent any action. Also, the fact that she says again means in a previous email, clearly she has already reminded Wendi that she's not a lawyer. I don't know if to prevent any action your attorney must respond or not. Well, the attorney will know. Wendi will probably know. Only you and she know that. However, Jibbers, that's the horrible nickname that they had for Dan Markel, has made his divorce a full-time job to attempt to get what he's always gotten. His way. The irony and the hypocrisy. His job allows for lots of time for him to put into this project in scare quotes. And you know as well as I do that all the research he's done on different case law to prove his point is his research, not his attorney's. No matter who did it, he is quoting 13 cases to show why the court should basically throw out your petition. Is Kristen answering this? And then underlined. Does it require an answer to make sure that this is not seen by the court as ignoring his rights? I don't know. You need to find out. Does it require an answer? I don't know if she means answer in the legal sense. Probably not, Donna. Like, in other words, an answer would be an answer to the previous pleading, which would have been. So in other words, what we can tell here. So Wendi files a petition, right? We know they're fighting over the kids, right? Wendi files a petition, and then Dan responds. Again, she's not using any of the actual terminology, but he responds. You know, it would be a motion to deny, right? Whatever her petition was, motion to deny. And then Wendi could in turn respond, and it would be like a reply to his motion to deny her initial pleading, if that makes sense. But I don't know if that's what she means. The most important part of your divorce is, oh, and look at this. See, this is, again, served on a platter for the prosecution in bold. And I think also larger font, relocation. Wow. And I love how Donna is telling her, like, first of all, Wendi would know this if this was what she wanted, if it was important to her. But second of all, it's not a question. And third of all, why wouldn't Wendi, even if Wendi wasn't the one making decisions in her life because Donna's running a show, like, this is just it's so condescending. Honestly, it's like, if you take Wendi out of it, like, this is really fucked up. It's like trying to almost think for her, right? And the irony too, right? Donna, again, I'm not a lawyer, whereas Wendi actually is. It's crazy. It's crazy. Again, the most important part of your divorce is relocation. I sincerely hope your attorney understands that this is your non-negotiable, in all caps, with an exclamation point. Lots of things are negotiable. That's the one thing you cannot let her think. And then this is Donna mocking the attorney here, okay? Hypothetically, in her imagination. So she put it in quotes. Okay, well, if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Wow. She needs to hear from you. Good. This is insane. She needs to hear, and I've already read these. She needs to hear from you how serious you are about this and how it will benefit the children with a close-knit family support system, as well as your significantly better paying job with hours much more flexible than your current job, in parentheses, so that you can spend significantly more time with the children, close parentheses, which requires teaching hours, office hours, court appearances, meetings with med school people, and multiple trips away from home. Those trips need to be coordinated with a very angry man who will not be cooperative with you in this regard. For example, so Donna's going to give examples. Now, this is Wendy's life, right? Well, hypothetically, theoretically. But Donna's now going to give examples, I would assume, from Wendy's own life of things that happened to Wendi to back up. This is crazy. For example, this past weekend, you had your annual conference for fill in the blank. At the same time, his regular NYU crap was taking place. He didn't say, quote, I go to NYU every month and this is your annual meeting. I'll stay with the children and you go, end quote. Of course not. Danny thinks he's a very important person and as always, he and his needs come first. I mean, the hypocrisy. So, underlined, without your parents as backup, one of you would have had to stay home with the children. Your attorney needs to understand that your mother worked full-time, referring to herself in the third person, in the family's dental practice until September, when she felt she was needed by you for the well-being of the children to get them through a transitional time. Okay, so now Donna's making herself the victim. That Donna was working full-time, and this is a but for. It's like, but for this situation with the kids, Donna could still be working, but no. Now, for the well-being of the children, she had to stop working. Now, of course, we know also, we pointed out last night, there's a interesting factor here of, we know Donna really wanted possession and control of the children, but then we heard last night on one of the jail calls, Donna complained about babysitting the kids and saying, or what are we, glorified babysitter? I mean, it was crazy because it's like of all the things, right? And that's when it showed me she just wants to use the kids as a means for control and manipulation. She doesn't actually care about them because when it would serve her to make them seem like a burden, that's what she's going to do. Anyway, okay. But nonetheless, right, to get through a transitional time with people who love them and see them frequently and with whom they share great affection. Oh, now we're going to make Harvey into the victim. Your father has made numerous trips by plane. He doesn't have to take a plane. Are you joking me? For weekends and changing the patient. Now the patients even. Look at how many people are having to rearrange their entire lives, even the patients of the dental practice. The patient schedules around so that he can continue to spend significant time with the children. I mean, he doesn't have to do that. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office. So now I'm going to predict this. I think where she's going to go from here is now they are being, oh my God. I think where she's going to go is how they have been impacted financially. Wait for it. This is insane. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of amount of time has caused a decrease in the practice income. There it is. Wow. And the loss of some patients who feel it's either not being run in the same way as when my mother was there full time. So now she switched to being first person, but if she were Wendy's voice, my mother was there full time, or that my father, again, now, so now she's pretending to be Wendi. This is very schizophrenic feeling to me. Or that my father is unable to see. Let me read this again so you can see why this is so insane. I'm going to start in the beginning of the sentence. Both the disappearance of your mother from the position of office manager and the disappearance of your father from the practice for a significant amount of time has caused a decrease in the practice income and the loss of some patients who feel that it's either not being run the same way as when my mother was there full time, or that my father is unable to see patients. This is indicative of like mental illness or something. Something's up here. That's crazy. With problems and has referred them to other offices during, like, what? What even is that? I'm not trying to diagnose anybody. That's just really bizarre because it's like her grammar isn't that bad, right? Like that's like switching voices without realizing it, because it's not like she's uneducated. You know what I mean? Like this is. Wow. 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 Yes, accurate. Wow. I mean, that's like control to another level, right? Where it's like not just that you want to control the other person, but like you actually have gone past that to where like you're inside their head or something. I don't know. We need Fender. Fender, help us. Fender, for anyone who doesn't know, Fender is a psychologist. Okay, continuing onward. Wow. Wow. Additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother. Okay, so he's estranged, but oh no, sorry, she's referencing Charlie. Never mind, she's referencing Charlie. Well, he testified at his trial. He purchased that because he wanted to. But anyway, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements. It isn't fair to him from the practice due to parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. I mean, has she just forgotten there's a thing that exists called a babysitter? Anyway, my brother is unmarried and is a wonderful uncle to Benjamin and Lincoln. Well, he's now incarcerated. If I'm able to relocate to South Florida, they will have an incredible, look at this. They will have an incredibly warm and loving family. I don't even have words. Jury's still out on Harvey. What? What? That was weird. It's like there was a ghost on my computer. Okay. So I don't know hold on. What is going on? Is my mouse acting weird? Hold on. Or did we not watch this video? Did I miss a video? Hold on. Let me just make sure. What the heck happened here? So because I had the other videos we had to watch, or the other calls, I had them all open. And then I was closing them out so I'm wondering, hold on. I don't know how that happened. Anyway, okay, let me just close out of that. That was very odd. Okay, so I was like, who's speaking? So, right. Where was I? An incredibly warm, I was here, an incredibly warm and loving family. Right, I know what I was going to say. I was going to say jury's still on Harvey, but removing him from the equation, I think that the best family member in terms of like the closest to a warm and loving family member, honestly, is Charlie. I don't really know, but I would say keep the children away from Wendi and Donna, would be my personal take. And just, this is crazy. This is crazy. They will have an incredibly warm and loving family as an integral part of their lives, not an occasional 2-day weekend trip to visit. Well, but weren't you just okay? Wasn't she just complaining though, right? About how they had to quit their jobs and make all these the patients of the dental practice, right? They had to rearrange their lives. Everybody's up in a ruckus because they've had to upend everything to be around the kids or whatever full time. I mean, but now, wow. Okay. Oh, I glitched out? That's weird. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, that's my take as well. Because just looking at the family dynamic, it's clear that Donna and Wendi run the show and the men just sort of do, I think, and also Harvey, I mean, I was joking about it, but in a way it's kind of sad. Like in all those calls that we listened to, hours worth, I counted 3 times. Do you hear Harvey pipe up in the background? And it's like 1 or 2 words. And that's it. I mean, he's like really invisible, honestly, in the whole thing. And there's also like no actual evidence that he was even involved. Like, I don't think And I think that Charlie again was involved because Donna and Wendi sucked him in to use him, right? Harvey couldn't do anything for them, right? In other words, like if Harvey could have gotten them a hit person, they would have done that, I would imagine, right? But like, you know what I mean? So I would agree with that idea that Harvey is just, I mean, I think that they just sort of like, he's just doesn't even know what's going on. That's kind of my take on it. I think he doesn't want to know, you know what I mean? And I think that they keep him out of it. Like, I think they keep him in the dark and he also doesn't want to know. Like, that's kind of my take on it. But yeah, he's definitely doesn't even seem to be like a part of the family, really. So yeah, I don't know why you said I glitched out. That's interesting. It started playing another video on my computer. Anyway, okay, but yeah, we were here with the incredibly warm and loving family, and I was commenting on that. And then this. Okay, so response. Is this Wendy's response? No. This is crazy. Okay, Donna. What is she fucking doing? Let me just see how she signed. Oh my God. Okay. Response. This is in the same email. Okay, I think I know why it says response. You know how if you send an email, right? And then you want to send another email to the same person, you can hit reply and it will send another email, but it won't reply to you, right? It'll reply to, like, if you send an email to a person and then before they respond, you can hit reply and it'll send another email. I think that's why this says response, but it's Donna, because technically I think it was an email reply. Like, she hit reply to the same initial message. In other words, she's like, what's the word? What's the right word? Berating, email dumping. I don't know. Like, in other words, Wendi hasn't responded and Donna's already sending another email as a reply because Wendi hasn't responded. What's that? What's the word for that, guys? That's exactly right. She's having a conversation with herself is accurate. Yep. She's having a conversation with herself where she plays her, she plays Wendi, and then she replies her and Wendi responding to her and Wendi. So, okay. That's what we've got going on. I'm going to grab some more water. I'll be back in just 1 second because I don't want my voice to give out because these emails are too important. So just give me 1 sec. Okay. What's really funny too is now we're going to see Donna. Remember how Donna had said this part? Again, I'm not a lawyer. Remember, she's sending this to an actual lawyer who also has a lawyer. But let's look at Donna try to give some sort of legal, advice or what have you. Response. Again, this is Donna responding to herself, responding to Wendi. Okay. Brief background. This is crazy. This is so crazy. This is so crazy. This is a no-fault divorce state. So his nonsense about no marital infidelity or abuse doesn't matter. However, a hot temper and verbal abuse is what you need to emphasize that you suffered under his reign. Well, we know that this is crazy. This is like so much projection, and it's like, why is Donna? I have a lot of thoughts. Okay, narcissistic. Donna says this. Narcissistic personality disorder causes, is she like describing herself or what? Causes major problems in a marriage, especially when one believes that because he attended, I love how she says one, but then she's going to get specific about Harvard as if no one knows who she's talking about. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. But like she thinks this is good. Especially when one believes that because he attended Harvard undergrad and Harvard Law, he's clearly better and smarter than anyone else, including you. I don't even know who she's talking to. Like, which you is this? Is this you in the mirror, Donna? Like, I don't know. Open parentheses. Only an idiot like him would write that he should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children. Clearly, no one, including you, is as smart as he is in those regards. What? I don't understand. Hold on. Only an idiot like him. I don't even understand. This doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to make sense of this. I can't figure it out. I tried. I'll read it again. Only an idiot like him would write that he should be the only one consulted for making decisions regarding the health, education, and religion of his children. Clearly, no one, including you, is as smart as he is in those regards. All right. The money you moved into an account for you was exactly half, to the penny. I'm sure that to the penny wasn't necessary, but okay. Of the joint account, which is marital assets, the furniture you took. Oh, so this is in reference to how after the divorce, Wendi took everything, including the kids. And he came home from work and was like, where did everything go? Right. The furniture you took was the bare minimum. Oh, I remember this part. This is insane. This is also completely not accurate. This is not accurate, but this is crazy. And look at Donna. This is so crazy. The furniture you took was the bare minimum. A bed for you to sleep on from the guest bedroom, one nightstand, and your dresser. You took 2 chairs that you bought 5 years ago at a neighborhood furniture store's closeout sale for $50 each. How and why would Donna even know? And okay, you have receipts to show all the new furniture you purchased to relocate to a safe place. A safe place. Y'all. I haven't read these in a while. I forgot just how goat-worthy. Jesus Christ. Each sentence is worse than the last. Crazier than the last. I don't even know. Okay. A safe place. It's like she's just like brainwashing herself into like getting more and more, what's even the word? Crazy? I don't know. This is crazy. Flash fan says, listening to Donna Adelson doesn't do good for the brain when one is tired. Well, go to sleep if you need to go to sleep. We're on page 2 of 5 for this email. And I think that's where we'll end it here. And then we'll finish these on the next one. Oh my God. This part, though, is one of my favorite parts about this detail. The chairs were bought 5 years ago at a neighborhood furniture store's closeout sale for $50. Like, why does it matter? Why do you know? Like, so many questions. You have receipts, blah, blah. Okay, we read that part. You absolutely must, in all caps, emphasize that the only reason you left when he was out of town, right, like I said, she sideswiped him like a true RuPaul, is because of the threat, quote, you'll leave without your children, without a penny, and just with the clothes on your back, end quote. So I guess this is supposed to be attributed to Dan. Now, my guess is that this is the, how shall we say, a verbal quote, right? Like that Donna is telling Wendi that Dan said this, basically. So in other words, you can give that what credibility you see fit. Like, in other words, she puts it in quotes, but she's not quoting anything but her imagination. And here's this supporting evidence. It's super important for the judge to get the message that this guy is a big bully. I know she'll be able to read that when you submit copies of the emails he sent you. He feels if he said something, that's it. Well, that's not it. Oh my God. I can hear, because I've listened to this jail call some of him, I can hear, like, as I'm reading this, the way I'm hearing it in my head is in her voice with her little mannerisms. I wish I could duplicate that, but I don't even think I could do that even if I didn't have the recovering of laryngitis going on. He says you did this while he was on a short business trip. How about how many quote unquote trips to conferences, etc. has this man taken? How much time away from his family? You have all those documented. Now you need to sit down and figure out how many days away that's been. You can tell that Donna is literally sitting here and spending every waking minute obsessing over this when it's not even her life. Like, that's what is clear. And she's obsessing about it so much, and that's why she's writing these emails. Like, even if this was the person it was happening to, this is not normal or good, or helpful or constructive. I could go on. But this is not even her. Or like, this is crazy. How much time away from his family? You have all those documented. Now you need to sit down and figure out how many days away that's been. How about adding to that all his 2-week trips to Israel, especially when you were at the end of your pregnancy. Oh my God, end of your pregnancy. Sweet, caring, concerned husband. She's like working herself up. This is so another, just from an objective standpoint here, or like a logical, practical, like, okay, none of this I don't think is relevant. But let's just say in an imaginary situation where how many days away, like that could be relevant to some things, right? Like how many days away somebody's been, right? Maybe taxes, say, right? Like if somebody's got a domicile in 2 different states, let's just take that as an example, right? They spend half their time in one state and half their time in another state. And then whenever they're doing their taxes, when they're writing off their expenses, right, they're going to have to figure out exactly how many days they spent in each state. Let's just use that as an example, okay? And it's like, so you could see how, like, okay, there could be reasons for that, right? So like, that's what she's going along with that, right? Adding up the days. Add up the days. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, like, I guess there could be, right? I'm trying to like think along like reality lines. And it's like adding up the days. And then you follow that with sweet, caring, concerned husband. It's like, oh, right. Even when she's trying, like, even when the words on at face value seem to be like actually about something relevant and actually in reality and actually about practical issues, literally they're not, because this line I have highlighted, like that's her mental state as she's writing this. That's where she's at. I don't even know what you call that. What do you call that? Hi, Heather. I'm so glad you're here. Yes, indeed. Accurate. Help me, guys. How do you call this? Heather, you've missed some, this is so good. Donna's having an email conversation with herself as both herself and Wendi, and also replying to herself and Wendi. And it's hard to say just how many people are even in this imaginary conversation in her head. And like, there's a lot going on with this mentally. Okay. He talks about not knowing where the children were, in parentheses, incorrect address, for the first 6 weeks. Let the court know that although he was never particularly interested in the children prior to the divorce, that's not true. I know that's not true because I know a lot of his friends, they come on STS. He was advised to keep a diary and make sure that he shows his interest now. Well, that's normal for divorces. And well, maybe Donna wouldn't know that, but I know that. Wendi would know that. You arranged to meet with him the very next day with Alan and Lynn Grossman, mutual friends. Like, if these are Wendy's, again, the weirdness of this, right? These are Wendi. This is talking about Wendi. These are her friends. Why would you need to tell Wendi? Anyway, okay. keep going. And the children at a local yogurt shop so that he could see that the children were fine. You were in fear of his temper, and so you did not want to reveal your address. However, 4 days after the separation, you arranged to bring the children to his house as his parents were going to be in town, and they were there for the Rosh Hashanah holiday with them. The following week, on one of his uninvited treks to your office, after he threatened you with federal kidnapping charges, I'm just going to say allegedly because this is coming from Donna, which of course, open parentheses, which of course now he recants like he does anything he can't believe he actually did. That doesn't even make any sense, close parentheses. You gave him your address. That was 1 week after separation, not 6 weeks. He says you took, quote, non-marital assets, end quote. What? And then a bunch of symbols. He says the children were 3 and 1 at the time this took place. Ben was 3 and Lincoln was 23 months, 1 month before his second birthday. He talks about you both being well-paid professors with stable jobs. Yours is not a tenure track job. And with the economy as it is, oh, please, Donna, tell us about the economy. There is no guarantee it will be there in the future. His trash talking to various faculty members about your mental instability has also poisoned your work environment. Now, we did get a whiff of this in the Jeff interview where he talks about how Dan's pleadings, right, has put on the record, like it's there, it's permanent on the record, all of Wendy's issues, right, of which there are many. And we talked about this on the live stream with it because it seemed like, could this have been potentially the thing that really spurred Wendi on to make, like was that it for her, right? Like, because she wanted to make those go away, right? And if they couldn't, she wanted to revenge. She wanted payback. I'm talking about now before the murder even, right? But you could include the murder in that category. Like, she wanted revenge, like, because she was mad. She was angry because, like the shit about her being an alcoholic, just as one example, there's plenty, but like, there's all this stuff. And it's like, it's in the filings. It's memorialized, right? And Wendi being as she is. Anyway, okay. So I'm just saying, like, what we're seeing here is referencing that same thing. So function there in the same way as you've used it. Your job also pays you half of what his job pays. So on your own, it is not feasible to continue to live even in the home you are currently renting. You have borrowed a considerable, oh, here we go. I knew this was coming. I was like, oh no, the parents again are victims. You've borrowed a considerable amount of money from your parents and must repay it for furniture, legal fees, moving expenses, etc. Now we're back to, look at this. She's doing it again. She's doing it again, guys. So we've been on the you, and now we're back to my. Donna has become Wendi for the second time in this email. She's went back to being Donna, and now she's back to being Wendi. At least this time it's a separate sentence, whereas before it was in the same sentence. Look at this. You have borrowed a considerable amount of money from your parents and must repay it for furniture, legal fees, moving expenses, etc. My parents have paid all grocery bills up to this point, for which I will have to reimburse them. She's being Wendi now. She's being Wendi. I do not want to dip into the money from our marital account, as that will go towards supporting my children and their future. You guys, according to Jibbers, the relocation must show that the current arrangement for the children is deficient from the perspective of the children, and that relocation would advance their interests. This is something that we have reviewed numerous times in other papers. Wendi. Commanding her to do things. Review all that we've put together in this regard rather than have me repeat it. No one's asking you to do any of this in the first place. Obviously, the number one reason is significantly more income for you in a job that will also give you significantly more time with children. You've already said that, Donna. For children at this tender age, nothing is more important than spending quality time with them, which your current job does not permit. The financial freedom which will accompany this job will allow you to provide educational and outside activities and lessons for the boys that would not be affordable under your current salary. Number two, The ability for our children to spend quality time with my parents. Wait, okay, now we're back again. Hold on. So she went back to being Donna, and now she's back to being Wendi. See, look. The ability for our children to spend quality time with my parents. This is, and my mother, a retired elementary school teacher, would be a huge bonus to our children's academic and social progress. Well, Donna, weren't you just complaining, though, about having to retire from the dental practice so that you could babysit the kids? In my parents' home, each child currently has and would continue to have their own rooms. Oh, my God. So what this says to me is this. Why does this say this? Look at this. In my parents' home, this is Donna speaking as Wendi, referring to herself, if you can even wrap your head around that. This is Donna this is Wendi in Donna's imagination. Wendi in Donna's imagination is saying, in my parents' home, referring to Donna's home, right? Each child currently has and will continue to have their own rooms with appropriate beds, furniture, books, and toys. The only reason she would say that is Donna is not saying, like, Donna's expectation is that they will not just move to Miami, they will move in to the family home. Look at this. I don't know that anyone's even caught that on these emails before. Like, look at this. Look at this. The expectation is that Wendi and the boys will move in with them permanently into the home. You know what? That makes so much more sense, doesn't it? Because that makes so much more sense. You know what it reminds me kind of is like, and it's similar, it has some overlap with like Munchausen's by proxy, right? Or just even like Munchausen's, but like, yeah, like factitious disorder imposed upon another, where like, in a way, finding a way, like in those cases, it's like making someone think they're sick so that they never leave you, right? And then they are dependent on you. This is very similar, but it's just a different mechanism. Because the end goal is wanting Wendi and her children to move back into the family home. And it's just like, the reason I say it makes so much more sense is because when you think of just from what we know with Donna, and in other words, it really is the only way it makes sense, right? Because I can't picture Donna being okay with Wendi having a separate house, right? Like this makes more sense. This makes more sense. And this makes more sense as to why, like anyone wanting this is already weird, right? But like the desperation in these emails and that you be willing to murder someone. Jeff was right when he said the family was, what was all the words? The dysfunction and the enmeshment. I mean, those are understatements. Like, this is crazy. Yes. Yes. Also agree. It's not a huge bonus to spend more time with Donna. Yep. So the dentist, Harvey, is the dad, right? Dentist, Charlie, also dentist. Charlie, the brother, right? Who we were just listening to on the phone calls. So 2 dentists in the family. Yeah. Yeah, this is, yeah. Okay. And I do believe it's in one of these emails. I don't know which one, but it's in one of these emails, the reference to the Nazi outfits. It might be in this one. I don't know. We'll see. It's in one of these though. So Donna turning to her next plan, her next strategy is like as if all that wasn't enough, to the court, right? It's so stupid. Mr. Markel has become a religious zealot over the last few years. Since the birth of our first son, taking him to the synagogue with him. Oh, she's Wendi again. Sorry, I just need to make sure that everyone's on the same page. She's Wendi again, right? Because our first son. Okay, Donna is Wendi again. In other words, Wendi doesn't even have to think for herself. Wendi can just copy and paste this because Donna has, she'll have to make sure that she puts all of it in first person. That's the only tricky part. Like if Donna was going to be Wendi, it'd be better if she just stayed Wendi, but the back and forth, right? Anyway, okay. Birth of our first son, taking him to the synagogue with him as an infant so that he can absorb the music and the prayers. He has done the same with our second son. This is also to show the congregation what an, in scare quotes, attentive, this is so disgusting, attentive father he is. You know what it'd be like? It'd be like by saying, yeah, like you take this parent, let's just say parent, right? takes care of their kids. They feed them and buy them clothes, and they love them, and they teach them, and they are, emotionally available, and they, you list all the things, right? It's like saying they do all that just to try to look like they're a good parent. Like, it's like, well, like what? I don't even. Okay. The fact remains that the children are watched by teenage children of other congregants in a sort of playroom. You mean like every church where the kids go? The children's service, right? The kids, I forget what they call it, but every church has that. Oh boy. Are watched by, okay. It's like she's trying to make it seem like this is different than every other church or synagogue, right? As if this is like some other type of arrangement. This is, I'm sure, just like every other religious place of worship out there where they all have these. Okay. In a sort of playroom while the services are going on, Mr. Markel picks up one of, they have the colorful signs, and it's like children this way. And it's like, anyway. All right. Mr. Markel picks one of them up to come back out at certain parts of the service to hear particular hymns, and then returns them to the care. Also normal for other even religions. They do that with they say certain ages are permitted at certain times, right? And the younger ones, they stay with the kids. This is done rather than allowing them to remain home with me. Which me are we now, though, Donna? Are you saying you or anyway? When I protested, he insisted. He always gets his way. Can you imagine putting this in a pleading? They would laugh you the fuck out of there. Sounds like a 2-year-old. It sounds like a 2-year-old. There are no Hebrew day schools in Tallahassee. Mr. Markel seems intent upon religious training, but feels that only underlined, he could provide the best religious training for our children. He is indoctrinating them, not teaching them. If he truly cared about a religious school for them, then clearly one of the 37 Hebrew day schools in Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach County would be a better choice for our boys. I will say, homicide rates skyrocket, though, Donna. You should know. Being a jailboy yourself. Oh, my God. Okay, well, yeah, no, I guess technically she is a jailboy right now. She's in jail. My home in Broward County. Wait, she's Donna again. She's Donna again because Wendi is supposed to be still living in Tallahassee at this point. So she's Donna again. My home in Broward County is close to many of these schools and midway between Dade and Palm Beach schools. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I know, yeah. Yeah. I hope your attorney is researching cases when relocation was granted and what those, like, Donna now has to have control over Wendi's attorney as if the attorney needs Donna's help. When Donna made it clear for not the first time because of the word again, Donna made it clear. Again, I'm not a lawyer, as if anyone needed her to say that. However, boy, it sure seems like she thinks everyone needs her legal advice and help, including the attorney, the actual attorney, because, like, look at this bullshit. I hope your attorney is researching cases when relocation was granted and what the circumstances were. Also, all cases are different, and because one case didn't, this is offensive, right? Because writing this to an attorney, Wendi, about the attorney's attorney, as if Donna knows how to do law better. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You guys, I'm going to try to get through reading this. Also, all cases are different, and because one case didn't allow it, doesn't mean that should prevent another case from receiving that benefit. I have no words. Danny has said on numerous occasions, one I have on my phone as a saved message. Don't know which I she is at this point, Donna or Wendi. Who knows? What wonderful grandparents. Oh, okay. Now she's Donna again. What wonderful grandparents and in-laws we've been. He knows that the children are very close to us and we always be there to take care of them. Except when you're complaining about that on the jail calls, Donna. What's going to happen in June when he wants to go to 3 different conferences? Look at this. All caps. Don't let him go! Explanation point. If you do, you're enabling and facilitating your stay in Tallahassee. You'll be showing him that anytime he has a meeting he wants to go to, that's fine. You'll watch the boys. That's the whole point of relocation for you and the children. This is insane. This is insane. He can continue to attend all the meetings he wants to go to and then arrange for frequent and extended visitation with the boys. Maybe some of the money he spends on trips can be used to visit the boys. Wow. Maybe some of the money he spends on his trips. So now she thinks she knows better and can tell Dan how to spend his money. And she's not mentioning that in a helpful way, obviously. But this is in a really grotesque, I don't even know. This is really nuts level of, I don't even know what to call it. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be to the offer of plane tickets, since he does have a family that would allow him to use their homes to stay in. Huh? I don't know what that means. But obviously that's a last-ditch effort if all else fails. He's trying to show the court that your request is frivolous and that you should have to pay for yours and his court costs in this plea. Your lawyer has to let the court know that it's anything but frivolous. How many people are in this already divorced marriage, Donna? Like, Jesus. And isn't he supposed to pay some of your regular legal fees? That bastard, oh boy, this bastard has not paid 1 cent towards your bridge gap alimony. Why? 3 exclamation points. Why only 2 months of a child support payment over an 8-month time frame? Loving, caring father that he is. You guys. Yeah, Flash is an adventurous eater with the deep. Do people think that? Wait. Heather, hold on. Heather says this is like the creators that think Ann Taylor needs their help. Are you saying YouTube creators? Why would anyone think Ann Taylor needs their help? Well, anyway, maybe you can elaborate. I don't quite understand. People think that? YouTube people? I'm trying to think, like, do you mean like how, I've not heard anybody on LawTube try to give her advice, but like every now and again, you'll hear people on LawTube say, like, this is not the same thing. It's like not giving lawyers advice, but it's like saying, if this was me, this would be my next move type thing. But that's more like just regular commentary. I don't know. I'm trying to imagine. Oh, wow. So you're saying people that are not lawyers? Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Wow. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. So you're saying these are people that come up with these crazy theories or narratives that they think Ann Taylor needs. Hold on. I'm trying to even picture this. To rely on them. Hold on. My brain. It sounds kind of on par with like Donna here, like maybe people that should consult. Maybe some people have lost a bit of touch with reality. You know what I mean? Like, is this for real or are they being funny? I don't know. I just feel like that's a lot. That's concerning. That's yeah. That's hilarious. Cracked the case. Well, that's impossible because we don't have the, and anyway, no point. No point. That is crazy. Right. You know what that is? That reminds me, again, not diagnosing anybody. I'm just thinking, okay, the people that are regular people that just think that they need to give advice to anybody, Ann Taylor or anyone else, and hold on, are they saying they think that this person's going to listen? Like, hold on, is this just like saying it as an aside, or is it like saying they think that Ann Taylor is actually going to be like, is actually watching and relying on them? You know, that's like, what is that like? It's like a lot of things. My brain, I'm trying to think. So well, okay. It's basically, to me, it's reminiscent of like a, you know, what do they call it? Like the grandiose, you know, grandiosity, like a facet of narcissism, where it's like, to think that, but also there's an overlap there with like paranoid thinking. Okay, I guess I'm thinking like, I'm trying to remember a specific example. There's cases where people think that they're secretly helping the CIA and shit. You know what I mean? Like, you guys know what I mean? Like, there's people that like think that, there's so many examples, but I can't think of one specifically to name it. But like, where somebody thinks that they're secretly a spy for another country, right? Or like they're helping, like, shh, I'm with the FBI. You know, you guys know what I mean, right? And like, they think that they're actually, another example, Murdoch in the night of the murders, right? When he tells that whole story about the story that is hilarious about the dude who said that he was in high school and then he was wrestling or something, and then the Navy SEALs, like I think the Navy SEALs and the FBI are involved in that. Like the FBI poach him up and they invite him to be a part of the Black Panthers and then travel the country with them, and then the Navy SEALs come and like he becomes a Navy SEAL. I'm paraphrasing, shit like that, right? Where it's just like, but like imagining that someone's thinking that first person, like in the moment. You know what I mean, guys? Right. That's it. Like that, like the signaling. That's what another word I was looking. Right. This is where it gets, I'm seeing it like, again, this is where I was like, my first thing was grandiose, but then my second thing was like, there could be an overlap here into paranoia of like delusions, right? One case that's an example of this. There's that dude who committed a horrible mass shooting. I don't remember his name and it doesn't matter, but who was convinced that Taylor Swift was sending him special messages or whatever, right? And that she was breaking into his apartment. This is a great example of that Taylor Swift was like in love with him and that it was his girlfriend and that she'd been in his apartment when he was away. And it started out as like a thing where he was like proud of that, like, oh, but then it turned into, he got suspicious of her, right? Why is she in my apartment? She's bugging my apartment. She moved this door. This door wasn't like this, shit like that. Anyway, he lost it and went and shot a bunch of people at like a Waffle House. You know, so that's troubling for me. I know. So you're saying, so they think search term used, I don't know. Oh, are you saying, is that in reference to the jury survey things or something? That's crazy. I don't know. Oh, that is crazy. That's wild. Wow. That is bonkers. That's bonkers. Well, I'm sorry for that. Yeah. That's sad. That's really sad and scary. Okay, so it was Dr. Adelman. Okay. That's that. I figured that out after a second there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Dr. Adelman used terms that are just run of the mill, common sense, like normal, you know, right? I mean, anyway, and I know that I don't know who that person is. I know that that name has come up before. I don't know who Twizzle Stick is or whatever. I don't know what SG is. I know who Nancy Grace is. Anyway, but yes, so that's wild though. But like what I was going to say though is like no one has all the information, right? But like at least for me, I think I'm getting a pretty good picture of what I think could be the case based on what is missing. Like I guess instead of trying to like imagine what's missing, I guess, you know, I don't know. I'm not trying to crack any, as y'all know, right? I'm just trying to read. I'm just trying to make sense of the timeline and read the documents. And like the biggest thing was like just trying to figure out two main things, as most people are, you know, the IgG and the Elantra. And, you know, well, I guess especially too, right, as it pertains to this potentially being like a landmark case. First impression, that all I think is really important and interesting to me. And, you know, the fact that there isn't already precedent case law for this means that we're dealing with a novel issue, right? Like that right there you could say, okay, well, what novel issue could it be pertaining to IgG, right? For example, right? Where you don't need to like, there doesn't need to be much elaborate filling in of gaps, right? It's just, you can just, you know, critical thinking, common sense. Anyway, so, oh, okay, SG, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that for sure. So okay, let's finish this email and then I'm gonna show you guys a little thing that I had pulled up too from earlier. Okay, so oh my God, another bribe. Did I already read this part? No, I don't think I did. Okay, to relocation should be the offer of plane tickets, since he does have family that will allow him to use their homes to stay in. But obviously, that's a last-ditch effort if all else fails. He's trying to. Oh no, we did read this because I remember this part. Loving, caring. Right. Sorry, I want to read this part again. This bastard has not paid 1 cent toward your bridge gap alimony. Why? 3 exclamation points. Why only 2 months of a child support payment over an 8-month time frame? Loving, caring father that he is. You need info on grocery bills. I have a good many of them and can show the court what it's been costing just for that with no support from Jibbers. Also, find out from Kristen if she wants you to pay us back now or wait. What's best for your case? I'm too angry to write anymore. Well, we're happy for that. I'm going to shower, wash my hair, and get ready for you and the boys to come home. Again, her home. As if they're supposed to be there. As if they were supposed to be there all along. And never move out. Like she was supposed to just like get married and raise kids in the house. I don't even know. Dad said he'd look up any papers tonight or over the weekend that you may need. He even has the info on what Danny had in his IRA and 401k prior to marriage. Love you, Mom. Okay. Guys, if you have anyone like this in your lives, please encourage them in a kind, loving manner to seek help. Oh, that's, wait, the parents are the cause of the, parents are the cause of the crime? I don't understand. I mean, that's elaborate. That's, I mean, creative, I guess. Like that's, right. I figured you meant creator. Yeah. Parents snitched. But like they think the parents murdered the children. Are not college kids, right? AB. Sometimes it gets hard, you know, with all these cases and so many initials that I don't, can someone remind me which AB or, Oh, okay. I don't know. This all sounds like we're getting into like fantasy world. I don't know. So that's wild though. That's wild stuff. I mean, people, if people are that creative, like they could just be writing fiction, right? You know what I mean, guys? So, but I wanted to show something real quick. This is just a short little video. Because I was so pleasantly surprised, guys, when on CourtTv, they showed, they did one of their little trailers for like their, art, what do they call it? Like their vintage cases or whatever I forget the name that they use. But they did a little trailer for the Ezra trial. And you guys know that's one of the trials I've covered gavel to gavel. I'm the only person on YouTube that's covered it gavel to gavel. And so, anyway, so whenever I hear about that trial, I feel like, because it's not a well-known trial, but I think it was a really, the reason I covered it is because I thought it was one of the most interesting cases, and interesting trials. And, anyway, but so I was so like excited when CourtTv did one of their little trailers like they do for trials that have already happened. And they did one for, I call it the Ezra trial, but it's Wisconsin v. McCandless. But anyway, so I just saved it. I'm just going to show this to you guys for any of you guys who don't know, because I get people asking me all the time, who's Ezra? What is this? So this, rather than me explaining it or saying anything, the trailer, that's what the trailer is for. So I have this now on hand. And when people ask, I can be like, here's what it is. Take it from CourtTv. And bonus, they show a picture of her when she was identifying as a boy, and that did not come in at trial. So that is like new. Like that's the first time I had seen that picture was when I saw this. So I was like, oh my God. And anyone that did follow the trial coverage with this channel with me would also be like, oh my God, look at. But okay, here it is.
He was seeing someone who was identifying as a male.
Ezra McCandless had changed her name from Monica to Ezra. She is standing trial for stabbing one of her lovers to death. Was this murder?
She fought to survive.
How many stab wounds are too much for self-defense?
Her wounds could have been self-inflicted.
This case is about a twisted form of love.
I know all of those voices. The voices that we heard Erin Nelson, which was her lead defense attorney. And we heard Andrea Nodolf, which was the lead prosecutor. Anyway, it's so funny because it's like they put it together and it looks all blah, blah. But it's like when you know the trial as well as I do, like I can place exactly where those lines are from. And it's really funny because I picture them saying that in the courtroom where it's like, just like, fluorescent lighting. And anyway, it's just funny. They jazz it up with the graphics and stuff, but it's just funny because in my mind, the context is the trial, without any, fancy stuff. Anyway, I don't know who Ezra Miller is. She did carve the word. Yep. Oh, it's way weird. It's just you're scratching the surface. This is that's a really crazy one. Yeah, it's a really crazy one. And of course, as is the best case scenario for us that like watching these, it's like she did multiple interviews. Oh, and of course, she took the stand in her own defense. So, and there was actually, when it came to the crime scene, there were some actually good puzzlers there that we really worked hard to try to solve, like regarding the tire tracks. And I don't know that was, some of those we solved, and some of them I don't know that we actually ended up solving. And when I say we, I mean, neither party, no one provided, there were certain things that no one provided an explanation for, right, in the trial, neither side. And I was like shit like that drives me crazy, right? Anyway, but so we broke all that stuff down, a la the way we did with Murdoch. So with Murdoch, we had chicken business, and that was breaking down what went down in the feed room, the order of events. We cracked that one. I think that's still one of my proudest things, honestly, of the stuff I've done on YouTube. And then for Ezra, we called it hipster business instead of chicken business, because hipster. So and that's all nod to Runkle of the Bailey with Pigeon Business, by the way. Big shout out to Runkle. Love him. So, but I think that he started saying pigeon business around the time when I was covering Murdoch. And so that's when I was like, chicken business, right? And then it became a whole series. Anyway. So a shrimp break. Yeah, get yourself some shrimp. Go for it. And then, of course, we have the Ezra's new profile picture or portrait, the shark weasel. And those are like almost her exact glasses. And her favorite drink is a mocha for anyone who didn't watch the full trial. So mocha. Oh man. Anyway, so okay, so since we've got Flash is getting some snacks, so let's do another email, shall we? Let's do a swoop for fun.
I have that skirt.
I love it so much. I just love it so much. I have that skirt. Oh, I think I also saved that as just a standalone sound. I did. That was smart of me.
I have that skirt.
We just play it whenever we feel like it. Excellent. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you tried to make it? Okay. That's okay. I thought you were getting shrimp, but I guess you ate them already. No, I was planning on ending it after this email, but then I was like, oh, well, since Flash is getting a snack, we'll keep going. We'll do another email. So we can go ahead and end it here. Faux show. So we will save the rest of these emails for next time. And we will also do the MTV True Crime. Just for anyone who hasn't seen it, let me do this real quick. Hold on. Let's just take a quick look. See at the end here. Oh, Flash letting us know he doesn't have any shrimp. Okay, so just take a quick look. See group 1, group 2, but we need more people at the live to vote to make the vote happen. So group 1, group 2, and they're not going to be in separate houses, right? This is just like the way that we're going to winnow it down. They're all going to be in one house. And this picture, by the way, this house, this room, this is the actual Real World house from the most recent season of Real World, which was in Atlanta. This is the actual house, of course, right? That's how I roll. So this is the actual Real World house from Real World Atlanta. So right now we've got 12 dudes and 12 gals. I don't know. And the finals will be 6 dudes and 6 ladies, whatever you want to say. So, and so they will all be, this is just because I had to fit them all on the thing, right? But like, they're all going to be together. Look at her. And there's some funny things too. I kind of arranged them in a funny way. If you guys spent some time looking at it, you'd be like, there's some funny little things, little details. Oh, there's Ezra. Speak of the shark weasel. There's the shrimp weasel. Anyway, there's the poot. Do a little poot surprise. Were you guys surprised? But yes, we will do this next time as well when we have more people on. And tomorrow, I plan to do a BK live stream, and I'm going to cover all the most recent documents. And there's some really interesting things going on. But also, I also have been putting together like a presentation of things with like a calendar and other things, trying to track the DNA in the car and things we've already talked about on these streams, and just trying to figure out a timeline, basically, is really all it is. And like, again, kind of answering the same question that we've heard from Ann Taylor and everyone else, right? That same age-old question at this point, right? Like, what led them to him, right? Because was it the car? Was it the IgG? And we know that they're saying it wasn't the IgG, right? But I think that we can all agree that, you know, that's like kind of semantics at this point. And so, and the way, in my mind, the way you can answer the question, regardless of what the thing is, right? Of what led, you could say Barney, the dinosaur led, okay, whatever, fine. The way you can answer the question of like what led is by putting things in chronological order. Simple, right? Like that's just the logical way of doing it. The challenge becomes when they just don't give you dates for so many things. By they, I mean like law enforcement. But that's my purpose, is trying to put things in order to see what came first, just to try to answer, you know, it's just shouldn't be this hard. That's what she said. Right. It's sort of like, that's just all I'm trying to do here. And really, again, because my interest in terms of what this could mean big picture wise is what this could mean if in fact, you know, whatever it is that's going on with the IgG and the DNA, because again, case law, right? And it would be really interesting to see a case, whether it's this case or any of these other cases, right, that I'm following and covering. It'd be really interesting to see something go all the way through to the Supreme Court, you know, and have been following it from the day the crime happened. Wouldn't that be crazy to think about, right? Like I was there watching, like I went, not there physically, but like when the crime happened, and then following literally every single hearing, motion, everything through the judicial process from the day the crime happened, and then following it up through the Supreme Court. That would be really cool, wouldn't it? Anyway, just, but anywho, yeah. So, right. And Heather makes a good point, because on my calendar, what y'all will notice is there's so many things that are just blank. And it actually makes a good visual of just how few dates are given to, you know, in the affidavit, for example, the PCA. But what's really interesting is that on November the 29th, again, the visual, you guys will see on the November the 29th, I had to make the font half the size of the other days to fit in just the basic events that happened, because so many things happened on that one day. Whereas like, there's like all these other days that nothing, at least as it pertains again to like the crucial events as you know, of the timeline, right? I'm not talking about everything, right? I'm looking at tracking the IgG in the vehicle mostly, right? And like what, you know, starting with the basic stuff, right? And then, you know, we can get more detailed, but like, it's still so hard to pin down the basic stuff, right? If that makes sense, right? So I'm not trying to get in the weeds with it. But anyway, you guys will see. It's funny, but you're right about that. And did you get my message too on Discord as well, Heather? Good night, Flash fan, if you're going to bed. Right, author invoice, right? Yes. Oh, you're still here. Okay, excellent. Yeah, again, I like Heather's going to be listing all the things that happened on the 29th. Again, I'm not, you know, I'm trying to unrabbit hole the thing. Like I'm trying to unrabbit hole it, right? Or unsquirrel hole it, right? Or it's like, again, like I said, like, okay, one could get lost in time just trying to live, you know. So I'm going off of just like the bare basics of like starting with, how's a better way to explain it? Starting with like the bare essentials of like, and then getting more detailed as needed, but like, if that makes any type of sense. I'm not explaining that very well. Okay, let me give an example. Let's say that you are learning to paint or something, okay? Let's say you're learning to paint. And your goal is to paint the Mona Lisa or Starry, Starry Night. Okay, I don't know. Let me think of a better example. Let's say Starry, Starry Night, okay? And you want to do a recreation of that, right? Well, it's like saying, okay, instead of trying to like start out, here's a blank canvas and some paint brushes and whatnot, and have at you, have at you. Instead of that, it's like, okay, first we have to learn how to paint a star. Actually, I'm not an artist in terms of painting. So there's probably other steps. First, one has to learn how to, I don't know, use a paintbrush correctly. There's probably other steps, right? But just guessing, right? First, one has to, let's learn how to paint a star. As an example, there's probably better examples, but does that make sense? You have to learn how to, okay, there's that expression, you have to learn how to walk before you can run. Before you can walk, you have to learn how to stand. And before you can learn how to stand as your baby, you have to learn how to sit up on your own. And before you can do that, you have to crawl. So we go from being a baby. This is a good example. Being a baby. It's like, say you're like a little baby infant, like a couple days old. You're like, I want to run. It's like, okay, first you have to sit up on your own. Wait, do they sit up first? And then, yeah, they sit up first and then crawl. Sit up on your own. And wait, no, maybe they crawl first. Do you guys know? One or the other. No, maybe they crawl first. Okay, first you have to crawl. Yeah, and then you have to learn how to sit up, sitting. And then you have to learn how to stand and holding on to your parent's pant leg, right? Then you have to learn how to stand on your own. Then let's master some walking. You guys, and then later on in life, you get to go to the running part, right? Anyway. I forgot about Papa Rogers for a hot minute. Yeah, I'm trying to uncomplicate it, Flash. I really am. The legal issues, are complicated enough. And that's, I guess, what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to declutter and unclutter and uncomplicate the facts of the case, right? So that we can make better sense of them. I think that we need to go back. You know what I mean? Like by going more detailed, I don't know that it's going to help, at least in my view. I think that by trying to just distill it, right, into let's just start with the basics. And so in other words, we have to understand the facts of the case enough so we can understand the complex legal issues. That's my view on it, right? That's what it comes down to, right? If we don't understand the facts at all, it's going to be hard to make sense of the legal issues that are happening now, especially with the motions to suppress, for example, right? So that's what we need. We need to have a grip on the facts so that we can put them into context with the legal issues. And that's really kind of that's, I guess, the best way I can articulate it. So I'm trying to make it more understandable and less crazy. Flash. Well, the trial should make it simpler. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm surprised Mallory was capable of, because Mallory and Payne are we don't do anything. Flash, please don't feel that way. Don't feel that way. We love your participation. And it's not, it's you know that you're so awesome and we love you and you're very valued and welcome. And I can't say enough things. So please don't feel that way. Yeah. See how they're echoing it. Yeah. I mean, I will just say, Flash, the number of cases that you talk about that I've never even heard of, the list, I couldn't even guess how many. Nobody can know all the cases, right? And there's just so many. And with every day, there's another one. Well, more than one, right? And so that's the point, right? Because the way, if we all help each other and we put our powers combined, right? Like that thing, what did they say that from? From some show. And, and that way we all benefit. Sharing the knowledge. We recently had actually a couple homicides happen here in Greensboro, and not just here in Greensboro, but near where I live, which is weird because like this is not a crimey area, that are interesting to me because they kind of both could maybe get some traction, which is going to be really crazy. So the first one was maybe 2 weeks ago, and this was at a nearby grocery store, not the one I shop at, but a nearby one. And somebody was like, I guess they were an Instacart driver, okay, and allegedly, I don't even know their name, but allegedly they were an Instacart driver. And I don't know what all transpired. Very little details have come out yet, but there was a security guard, and I don't know if they were trying to rob it or what. Again, I don't know. There's like no details yet, but long story short, Instacart driver goes to the store, shoots and kills a law enforcement officer. Maybe they weren't security. Maybe they were actually a police officer. They were a police officer. They kill a police officer. So right there, obviously that's going to be a thing. And then the second one happened, I think, in between Christmas and New Year's. Literally, visually, I can see where this happened from my window of my house where I stand, that close. And again, this is not a crimey area. And it was actually, wait, hold on. It was actually, I think it was actually New Year's Eve. And it was like, it was either New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve, because the thing was that there was like no cars, nobody was out, right? Because all the stores are closed and shit. And it was like 1:30 in the morning. And like, so there was like nothing going on, right? Like everything's closed, people are home, that type of thing. So maybe it was Christmas and not New Year's. Anyway, but here's what's crazy is that it's like at this little, there's like some shops and stuff, like boutique shops, right? Right? Just literally a few like steps away from my house. And I was, what was I watching? Well, the reason I missed this happening, because I mean, don't hate me, people, but like the first thing I would have been like, is what's going on? I would have wanted to, because I'm just so curious, and I would have wanted to be like, what's going on? And run over there, and probably good thing I missed it, right? But I missed it because there was some interesting live stream that was happening, and I was watching that. Oh, what was it? I'm trying to think. Anyway, something was happening, and I was watching that, and due to that, I completely missed this. And so it was like my one opportunity, right? So like, this is just, so what happens is they don't have all the details yet, but in this one, the suspect is still on the loose. No, they haven't even named anybody. It's unknown. This person's like the one with the cop, they got that guy in custody, right? But in this one, there was one person shot and killed, and the other person was like shot and injured, and they have no idea who did it still. And here's what's so crazy is like, there's all these pictures and shit from the news, and they just like we see in all the trials, and there's like the little numbers with the little cones, right? The evidence markers all over the parking lot. And I'm like, literally, you can probably see my house from this picture if you could like zoom in. Like, it's crazy. And I'm like, I can't believe I fucking missed this, because CSI was out there and they were doing all their stuff. And I'm like, no, like the shell casings, right? We're all over the place. I mean, I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. And the thing is that because there was like nothing happening, right? And everything was closed and it was like dead silent. I think because of that, I think what happened was they didn't have a need to run sirens or whatever, right? To get there quickly. And I think also they didn't have a need to like stop. Like, in other words, I would have, because I thought this to myself, had there been a lot of sirens, even if I didn't hear anything because I was watching, like I would have seen that shit from my window. I would have absolutely seen blue, red, any flashing colors. I would have totally seen that, and I would have ran outside. I didn't see anything. And I think it's because it wasn't necessary, because there was no traffic. There was no people out, right? Apart from the people who were victims. And so they just were able to roll right on up. And, and so there was no scuttlebutt. There was no big to do, right? Your normal everyday car accident has a lot more going on. So I didn't find out about this until a couple of days later when my mom was like, or no, it was the next day. My mom was like, oh my God, are you okay? And I was like, what are you talking about? She was like, the shooting that happened like next to your house almost. And I was like, what? And then yeah, anyway, and that's how I found out about it. And she said, I saw it on the news. And I'm like, you're joking me. How? My one opportunity, right? When it's like this close to my house. Anyway, so, but they don't have the suspect yet, to my knowledge. They have no leads to my knowledge. They've not named anybody. So again, the first one, they've already been charged with first-degree homicide of a law enforcement officer. This one, I think is looking that way, right? I mean, we don't know yet, but interesting. Local cases. What is a cane? Wait, what is a cane? I don't know what that means. Cane B? I don't know what that is. So yeah, but I thought how interesting too, right? Like if there's a local case, and it's so funny, had that happened on any other day, it would have been really obvious something was going on, right? Because this is like a high traffic area. There's a lot of, I live in a neighborhood where it's all families with their dogs and like children. And, it's like, this would have been, you couldn't have missed it, right? Like it would have upended, like even just having to block off traffic would have been a big problem. And there would have been no way to even, like, there'd be no way to not know that it happened, even if you weren't looking or whatever. And it was like the one day of the year, right? That's why I was like, I remember, because it was like completely dead silent, nothing happening, like not a sound out there. Like if I went out with Fred, like not a peep, everyone's tucked away waiting for Santa or whatever, and it's like, and the thing is that I didn't hear gunshots. And so I wonder if they were using a suppressor. But also it's possible too, because sometimes I hear things and I'm like, oh, it's fireworks, right? Because holiday. And, that's what we always hear too, right? When it's actual shots, is that people think it's fireworks. So I've never been around real guns or gunfire, so I don't really have any reference, just what I see in trials. Yeah, I know. And that's what I'm wondering too. I'm like hoping, I'm like, man, if one of these cases ends up being interesting and then they get cameras in the courtroom, that could bring more North Carolina cases, right? That could kind of pave the way. They're allowed. Well, I mean, that, right. I mean, that is my understanding. Like, I guess if you hear it and you're not like, oh, obviously it's guns, I guess that probably means there's a suppressor. But again, I don't know anything. The other thing is out here where I live, like, the angle of it, everything echoes. Like, in other words, if it's quiet at night, this is what's really interesting. If it's like quiet at night, like, honestly, if someone's walking down the road, you could probably hear their shoes on the road. Like, everything echoes and is really, there's no, what do they call it? Like auditory noise or whatever. There's none of that. There's no auditory noise. It's like, it's almost like if you're out in the middle of nowhere type thing where you could hear a pin drop. That's what it's like where I live. So that's why I'm like, how the fuck did I fucking miss it? So. But guys, I think that'll be it for this one. We will pick up with more emails next time. It sounds terrible. That's awful. I hope nobody got hurt though, Flash. But yeah, and I was trying to think, did I have another PC? And I think I moved that one. Anyway, yeah, so I have at least one stream for tomorrow. It should be the PK. But again, Flash, especially for you, but for anyone who's like, it's too complicated, like I'm hoping to make it more simple, at least like, again, like with the facts, well, and even with the legal issues, but we're going to cover the latest documents. And by having like a presentation with like exhibits, if you will, already made, it'll help. Because sometimes it's like, I'll be explaining or saying something and I'm like, God, I wish I had like a visual, right? But like, you can't just like wave a magic wand and then it appears, right? So like, anyway, I'm trying to make those so that we can use them and that'll help, make it more simple and everything, break it down better. That's good that no one got hit. Wow. Also, it's 20 degrees Fahrenheit here. Is it cold where y'all are at? Gonna dream of pepperoni. Excellent. Well, at least we're not gonna dream. We got away from Donna and her crazy emails. You don't have to worry about nightmares. Donna nightmares, right? All right. Well, I will see you guys tomorrow, and y'all are awesome. And love you guys. Thanks for being here as always, and I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow.